white, blue, black, red, green, multicolor. I think I'll put colorless with the multicolor. And how this is gonna work is the whole, like I just started recording now, so the whole thing will be on YouTube if I can get it on there, and then probably Thursday is when I'm gonna put like a condensed version of like my top 10 favorites or whatever from the set, because it doesn't need to be long and it doesn't need to have like 20-30 minutes of talking about new cards, so whatever. But all right, let's do this. Let's get a drum roll, shall we? So we get to talk about the first new mechanic in the set, and that is the rooms. So the way the rooms work is you cast one of the other. They function much like how the old dual cards or dual face or whatever. So basically the mana value of this is 7. We have Dazzling Theater and Prop Room. It's an enchantment. And the left side is 3 colorless, 1 red, Dazzling Theater. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. So that's good, I guess. And then if you want to open the other side of the room, casting the card opens the room, whichever side you choose. And then once it's in play, you pay the other side mana cost. So Prop Room is the other side. 1 white, 2 colorless, enchantment room. Untap each creature you control during each other player's untap step. I don't care about the Dazzling Theater side. I care about the Prop Room side. And that is, for 3 mana, I get to untap each creature I control. So basically, every untap step, I get to untap my creatures. That's huge. All right. At 3 mana. Now, Dazzling Theater side, these both come together, and they form this, convoke-y type deal. The issue you're going to have with this, however, is how are you going to use this when you have to pay mana for this? So basically you're taking 2 turns off to make this work, and the most creatures you'll have in play is possibly 3. If you cast this on 3 and you didn't have interaction, right? Or, excuse me, your opponent didn't interact with you, and then your creature spells having Convoke, that only matters if, you're already doing the Convoke thing, which White is already doing. It's just, what are you cutting for this? And the only card that I can see that you're cutting from your decks are the War Leader's Call, which I'm told is not the greatest card in the deck. So, sure, you can have this, and I think this is more for different Convoke strategies, if that makes sense. So, like, you're playing more creatures, but this allows you to play a blue-white flash strat as opposed to a just straight-out Convoke. Because there's already a bunch of Convoke stuff that you're doing, and you don't need this to make it work. And I don't know if this is specifically better than War Leader's Call, or if this is what you're supposed to be doing, but just the 3-drop alone from Prop Room gives you that flexibility because you're able to just Convoke all the time. So like you play this on 3 and you're able to, play a Convoke creature. Well, now you get to untap all your stuff again and continuously do that. The problem is the majority of the good Convoke stuff is in red and blue. So like This in tandem goes with another card we're going to talk about later that I think is the best white Convoke card, but still, like, this card has a spot, I just don't know where it's supposed to go. And then we're going to go right from one room spell to another. And that's Dollmaker Shop and Porcelain Gallery. So Dollmaker Shop is a 2-drop 1 white 1 colorless. Whenever one or more non-toy creatures you control, toys or artifacts mostly, I think in this set they are, you control, attack a player, just a player, not a planeswalker. That's a very big distinction, by the way. Create a 1/1 white toy artifact creature token. Decent. So effectively, if you have a 1-drop on 2, you get to make a 1/1. Awesome. Now, this doesn't count for each creature, Sag. But being able to get a toy out of this is still legit. Goes well. Like, you're going to see a lot of these tokeny stuff goes right in line with Caretaker's Talent. A lot of this stuff does. And then Porcelain Gallery is 2 white, 4 colorless, so 6 mana value. Creatures you control, or rather cost 6, not 6 mana value, because it doesn't count that way. Creatures you control have base power toughness, each equal to the number of creatures you control. Hey, look, I don't know if this is good enough or not, but the main draw is the true drop. If you ever get to the 6, like, I think you're already winning. That's just sort of like flavor text to me. But that's 6 mana at this point should end the game. But the majority of the stuff that you're doing with these types of token generators, you're not getting to 6 mana a lot. So if you do, this is just like free, basically. We are already dealing with creatures already. So this is not really that big of a deal. Like I said, Porcelain Gallery is flavor text for me. Like, it's just added text. Will you get to it? Sure. Majority of the time, if you do, you're already winning anyway. The main draw is the 2-part. And again, you want to have a lot of 1-drops because you want the toy, you want to continuously make tokens. So you're going to have a lot of 1-drops. So this, to me, goes with this card, to me, seems to be better suited for the Convoke strategy than Dazzling Theater Prop Shop was. Because this one, you're playing a crap ton of 1-drops that are not toys. So you're always getting a creature with it. And then that allows you to get your Convoke strat going. Now, again, if you ever flood out, which is flood insurance for you. So if any time you have another hurricane come through the south, Porcelain Gallery gets you out of that because it just gets you bigger and taller. All right. Enduring Innocence. 2 white, 1 colorless, enchantment creature. There are a lot of enchantment creatures. Enchantments galore this set. You'll see that a lot. Enchantment creature, Sheep, Glimmer. Glimmer is a creature type, sort of another sub-mechanic in this set. Also a sheep, if I didn't say so. Sheeple, maybe. 2/1 lifelink. Whenever one or more other creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card. This ability triggers only once. When Enduring Innocence dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's an enchantment. So I initially read this card. I did not read the part of other. Exclamation point, top 5 mistakes. In the chat will bring you to one of my YouTube videos about, and number 1 on there was read the fucking card. RTFC. All right. If you don't read the card, new cards especially, they're going to get you. I thought this drew a card off itself. The main fact that this does not draw a card off itself just means that this card is absolutely bad. All right. I put this on here because people have talked about these enchantment creatures most of them being good. 1 or more other creatures you control. This doesn't count itself. So you're paying 3 mana for a 2/1 lifelinker. It doesn't do anything when it enters the battlefield. That is atrociously bad for you. Your 3-drop doesn't do anything, and it's only a 2/1. That's unplayable. Say what you want. All right. Now, if there's something in the set or somewhere where you get, tokens or something else that allows you to draw a card, so be it. This ain't it. All right. This is not Caretaker's Talent. This is not any other 3-drop that drew you cards. This is actively bad. Unless, again, you pair this with, say, Dollmaker Shop, where you're attacking with a 1 and you get a creature that, but again, that basically says that you're already winning to begin with because your opponent isn't interacting with you. So I'm off this card. I didn't read the other part. I thought it triggered off itself. The main draw to that, the fact that it doesn't, this card's just unplayable. I don't even think this card's good, like at all, anywhere. It's just bad. All right, we got a reprint alert, chat. Ethereal Armor, 1 white, enchantment, aura, enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control and has first strike. This is a reprint. This is in Pioneer. So auras hasn't really been a big thing in Standard for a while. We did have the green-white enchantment deck way back when with the commies and all that from previous Standard. We've had this effect before, but Ethereal Armor we did not have. We always had like a 2 or a 3 that did the same thing. Ethereal Armor is nothing to sneeze at. All right. And this isn't on Arena. So I'm more looking at this for older formats such as Historic and Explorer Pioneer, where we don't have Ethereal Armor. So this allowing this to, get out there and do its thing, great. The fact that I don't know if it's playable in Standard, because we don't really have an aura deck anywhere. Yeah, we got the Valiant deck and the the Prowess deck, but that's not really where you're at, because generally you want creatures that have the boggles, hexproof, that type of thing. And red-white doesn't really have that, unless you're playing spells, which again, not creatures. You need enough density of threats and all that to have that. So Ethereal Armor, more of a reprint, special guest, quote unquote, that was just extra to be for Arena, I think. Cool thing to have. Exercise, not to be confused with another type of exercise. 1 white, 1 colorless, sorcery, exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Notably, this is a sorcery. So we've seen cards like this before, albeit most of them, like Valiant, Valorous Stance, and many others, where they are instants. This one's a sorcery, but I think this one is probably the most pushed. Again, only a sorcery. And exiling for 2 enchantment, artifact, or creature is a huge deal. So if you haven't noticed, there are not that many exile effects. The majority of them are destroy. Notably, the only one that most people will point to is obviously Sunfall, which is an exile effect. But that's for all creatures. This one is probably the most flexible because for 2 mana, I get to interact with virtually every permanent on the battlefield, sans planeswalkers. So, and not just Standard, in multiple formats, Pioneer, Historic, Timeless, Modern even. I've seen talks about that. Although sorcery is I don't know about that. But exiling artifacts and enchantments for 2 mana is a huge deal. And whether you want to agree or not, having another way for cheap interaction on big creatures. For example, in Historic specifically, and hell, even in Standard, to be honest, the majority of the format has a lot of big stuff. Timeless too, although you're probably not playing this that often. But there are a lot of big creatures just roaming around. So this, I'm you could probably play this main deck, to be honest. Especially in standard, where there's just like Caretaker's Talents everywhere and big dumb creatures, leyline bindings. It's just like free equity. And in older formats where everybody's playing the One Ring and stuff, I'm not saying you should start like 2 or 3 of these. I'm just saying you can get away with playing like one of in the main just as like your extra Beseiju that you don't have in standard anymore, and you're fine with it. Ghostly Dancers, 2 white, 3 colorless spirit, flying 2/5, weird stats. When Ghostly Dancers enters, return an enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand, or unlock a locked door of a room you control. Eerie, when an enchantment you control enters, or when you fully unlock a room, create a 3/1 spirit creature token with flying. So that's a lot of words that generally does not do much. So, the best part about this is it does something when it enters, but it goes with the room stuff. And that's really going to hinge on if this card's playable or not. Because generally, when you have cards that are put in sets as, I don't want to say filler, but they further the mechanic, this one being the room and unlocking doors and all that. So, when you do that, how many of the cards go with it? This is one of them, but if the rooms aren't very good, as in they don't play very well and constructed, and again, we'll have to wait and see, they have to be tested. If they're just very slow, clunky, and they don't really do much, this card's absolutely unplayable. Now, if the rooms are good and they're seeing play in multiple archetypes or different colors or whatever, this card's probably playable then. And that's really going to hinge. This is not anything but standard. If, again, this all hinges on the rooms. If the rooms are good, this card's playable. If the rooms are terrible and they're slow and they're clunky, this card's bad and you can't play it because it's just too slow. A 2/5 is nothing. Like, legitimately. 2 5-for-5 is absolute, like, terrible stats. But if you're able to trigger this when you, like, the room, unlock the room. For example, when we're talking about the Dollmaker shop, you have that in play on 2, and you play this, or Dazzling Theater where you give this Convoke, or whatever, and you're able to unlock the second room when this enters the battlefield. Now you have 5 power, and all of it's flying. That matters, but again, that only depends on if the rooms are good. If the rooms are bad, this card just chuck this into the limited, this is a limited bomb, and you're going to play rooms anyway. Ley lines are back, chat. Ley lines are back. Leyline of Hope. 2 white, 2 colorless enchantment. Obligatory leyline opening. You have it in your hand at the beginning of the game. It starts in play. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. As long as you have 7 or less, at least 7 more life than your starting life total. That's 27. Creatures you control get +2/+2. So this is basically the I don't remember what the card is, but one of the avatars. I don't think this card's playable. If it is playable, obviously it's only in the life gain deck. And we've seen a few of those in standard pop up here and there. Most notably a mono white version, but there is a black white bat version that also runs some of those flying all those other Ajani Pridemates type spells, is notably the bat that's like absurdly pushed and still doesn't see hardly any play. This one, sure. Like, I'm not, usually when you have ley lines, the majority of the ley lines are sideboard cards that we've seen that were playable. This one doesn't seem that way. This one specifically is for life game, but you gotta understand, ley lines cost cards. In other words, this costs a card in your deck. This takes up a slot, and it's not a threat. It just furthers your plan. Problem is that it doesn't generate anything. So like there's a class, the enchantment that gives you life and like does stuff and you pay mana and it gives you something. This doesn't do that. So I could see this being one of those, you're going to try it in your life gain decks, and depending on results will determine like what you think about the card. In my opinion, this card's just not playable. Like you gotta pay a card to make this happen, and you're starting at 6 cards, and it's mostly why Leyline of the Void in older formats is not very good, is because it still costs a card and you still have to interact with your opponent. That's just the nature of it. And if you're mulliganing to it, that's even worse, because effectively if you mulligan to 6 trying to find the card, now you just mulligan to 5. Like, yeah, I'm not impressed by this. It's cool though. Like, you're gonna try it, but it's just not cool, man. Like, it's not playable. All right, Optimistic Scavenger, 1 white, 1 white human scout, 1/1. Eerie, when an enchantment enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So we've had this before, but specifically in green, which is also 1/1, but it was when you cast. This one is when an enchantment enters. So that's a huge difference. This card's good. Like, this is your 1-drop that you want when you play anything enchantment worthy. And I think this one is slightly better in the context of cast, because you are trying, this goes well with the room cards, because you're getting +1/+1 counters on any creature, which is good for you. And if you find a way to keep looping enchantments or opening rooms and doing all that stuff, then yeah, this is great. Card before, better if it was a 2/4 Flying Angel, yeah. Optimistic Scavenger, good 1-drop. You're playing it in your enchantment deck, especially if it's white, obviously. So yeah, good. Overlord of the Mist Moors, 2 white, 5 colorless, not legendary, enchantment creature, avatar horror, 6/6, impending 4. Impending is a new cost. So 2 white, 2 colorless. If you cast a spell for its impending cost, enters the battlefield with 4 time counters, and it is not a creature until the last counter is removed. At the beginning of your end step, remove a time counter. Whenever Overlord enters or attacks, create 2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. So there's a cycle of these. I think this one is probably the best one, just because it's virtually Grave Titan, and they're enchantments. Now, you are never, I don't want to say never say never. All right, you're on average not trying to cast this for its cost. You are trying to cast this for impending and trying to cheat this into play. Like, just keep it 1,000, keep it a buck. Hey, look, you are not ever casting this for 7, all right? You're trying to put this into play for 4 mana, and then how can I get those stupid counters off this thing? There's only 2 ways that I found so far that I like. One of them, because it's not a creature, so twinning twins, that was my first thought. You can't do that, all right? You either blink it, because there are enchantment blinks in the format, or use Rendering Inert. Vraska? I don't know about Vraska. I don't know what Vraska does. Which one? The one that brings stuff back? Sure. But yeah. You're not trying to put this into play for 7. Now you can, but you're just trying to 3/3. No, that's not Vraska, that's Glissa. And yes, I forgot about that. Yes. Glissa also does that. So you could play this Glissa, and then now it's a creature. That's all I'm trying to do with it. You don't care about casting these for their cost. You don't. You're trying to take counters off. That's it. Or trying to blanket or cheat them into play. That's what these cards are. And this is one of the better ones. I think this is the best one. There's another one that we'll talk about that I think is probably on par. But a couple of them, good God, chat, these cards are terrible. All right. They seem pushed, but they don't seem mythic worthy. If the only reason they're mythic is because you could cheat, that's why they're mythic, is because you could cheat them. All right. But yeah, they're not, I don't think they're good enough in any other format but standard. But this one, this is like almost better than Grave Titan. Almost. Not better, but the tokens are 2/1 flyers. That's insane. Possessed Goat, as opposed to being the real goat. 1 white, 1/1 goat. 3, discard a card, put 3 +1/+1 counters on Possessed Goat. It becomes a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. Activate only once. So, this is a common. Now, generally, your 1-drops don't do a lot. But whenever your 1-drop scales into the game in any way, you give them a second look. And I think cards have been put in at common and uncommon like this, where this is a modern, in my opinion, this is a modern treatment of Magic. Magic, you hear it from the boomers all the time. This is not my game. This has been, we're in a different era. Magic's different. I don't like it. It's certain blah, blah, blah. Look, gone are the days of playing these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana things and you getting no value or having no scalability in the game where you're incrementally trying to increase your advantages. Those days are over. All right. Now, this is also a treatment of that. However, this is a 1-drop that scales, not like a 3 or a 4-drop that incidentally scales. No. This is a 1-drop that does that. And that's where you want to be with your 1s and 2s. If I can scale them or they impact the board the moment they enter the battlefield and scare you into using removal on 1-drops, that's a huge deal. Now, is this one of them? Don't know. But the fact that I can turn this into a 4/4 for 3 mana, and I'm discarding cards, like I'm looking at this as an older format card, as a discard outlet. Now it's white, not red or black or any other color, but still, like, I play this on 1, I miss a discard outlet on 2. I discard my card on turn 4. I put something into play. That's how I'm looking at this. And in white, there's a few of them that are like that. In standard even. So that's not to say that you can't use this. This is like one of my sleeper picks of like sneaky good, where like people play it as like, it's just a 1-drop, nobody cares. And then like somebody puts something into the graveyard with it and they're just like, oh shit, now I'm taking 4 or 5 damage a turn, and I haven't even dealt with the actual threat that's in the graveyard or coming back into play. Like, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not trying to use this fairly, and that's what y'all need to understand. Modern treatment of Magic today is, how do I cheat stuff? How do I work around? Playing fair is, those days are gone. 2014, 2010 Magic, those days are gone, man. Jace the Mind Sculptor, drawing 3 cards, brainstorming, fate sealing, those days are over. You gotta end the game by turn 5, turn 6 in these formats. And that's standard, not even talking about the others. Reluctant Role Model. 1 white, 1 colorless, 2/2 human survivor. Survivor is a creature type that every color has now. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Reluctant model is tapped, put a flying lifelink or +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever Reluctant or another creature you control dies, if it had counters, put those counters on up to 1 target creature This card is obnoxious. All right. So if you're able to tap this motherfucker on 2, hey, that's great. If not, hey, whatever. This card's so nuts. Like, it's not as good as the bat where, you know, you gain life, you put counters on it. But I'm trying to have my deck stack with all that where they just incidentally do it. So like Reluctant Role Model, the bat, and many others that do the same thing where you're like, you know, moving +1/+1 counters and all that crap. Yeah, this one, yeah, it doesn't automatically get it on 2, but I don't think you really care about that. This is one of those, like, if I ever untap with this and I get to connect, I'm already doing it, so to speak, and you're already in the advantage. And again, if there's one thing that makes this card sad or makes you sad, it's that we have cards like Sunfall in the format where here we are doing the same thing. Does it pass the Sunfall test? And the answer is no. But what does pass the Sunfall test? Nothing. All right. So, hey, cards like this are going to exist. And if they pass the Sunfall test or not, doesn't matter because the majority of stuff doesn't. And you just try to end the game or disrupt the game. Or how I would use this card is, or try to use it, is we have the tapped creature lands or anything that puts counters on creatures that are not creatures or their enchantments or their lands, and you're able to move stuff around that way. Cool. But if not, hey, that's fine because the majority of the format is all about non-exiling stuff. So Reluctant Role Model, I think it's fine. Still good. And there's a lot of these survival things where second main phase if it's tap type stuff, which again, Reluctant Role Model I think is one of those cards that you're playing in Convoke just because you automatically are probably going to get the +1/+1 counter. So yeah, I think this card's pushed. Like this one's going to fly under the radar. Most people are not going to see it. And they're just going to be like, yeah, it's a 2/2. It doesn't really do much. And it's just like, I beg to differ. Seized from Slumber. 1 white, 4 colorless instant. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target creature. The only reason this is on here, chat, is because it just interacts well with beans. And 2 mana to destroy target any creature is a huge deal. Most people will overlook this and just be like, yeah, it's just a good removal spell unlimited. But no, man. There's an actual beans deck that does basically that and plays the 5-6 mana removal spells that have a bunch of things tapped on it, and this is one of them. I would not sleep on this card just because now you get to play a virtual 8 Leyline Bindings in your deck. This doesn't, and it's still like can still destroy creatures. It's just you have to pay full price to get something that isn't tapped. But do you care? Like 2 mana is nothing to sneeze at to destroy anything. And that's literally any creature. Whereas Go for the Throat and other stuff have restrictions attached to it, but I could see this seeing more play than people think. But you're not playing this in any other deck that's other than beans unless you just want a 5th or 6th way to do that sort of effect. But you're not trying to play 4 of these. It's just not feasible because there's just too many creatures that get a lot of attack triggers, and you only need this in like a, hey, I need to deal with it like now. I don't care about the effect. I just need to deal with the creature instead. But that's really it though. I don't think this is gonna see play anywhere else just because it's just tapped creature. But hey, we've seen stranger things. Shard Mage's Rescue, 1 white enchantment aura. Flash, enchant creature you control. As long as Rescue entered this turn, enchant creature has hexproof. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. I initially read this card. I still think this card's good. I just initially read this when I first saw it as it always has hexproof. But nope, it just, as soon as it enters, you only get the trigger once. And I think you're going to see this over every other spell that does this effect. So like in the Valiant deck or the Prowess decks that are playing red-white instead of red-green, I think you'll see that over like, say, Lauren's Escape or any of those. Yeah, I understand that Lauren's Escape has like Scry and all that, but I think this is probably better than those just because it permanently gives the +1/+1 effect, and the hexproof is what really matters off of that. Generally, especially with Lauren's Escape, same thing. Interestingly, this could also see play in older formats just because it gives hexproof and it's an aura. We've have effects like this before, but the fact that it's an aura changes things so that you're giving another aspect to protection in those formats, especially in formats like Pioneer and Historic. And I don't know if Auras is a deck in Modern. I don't think it is because I think it's just too slow there. But Historic and Pioneer possibly, especially in Boggles or Auras with Light Pause and stuff like that, where you're getting Light Pause triggers on instant speed and all that crap. So yeah, it's good. Sheltered by Ghost, 1 white, 1 colorless, enchantment aura, enchant creature you control. When Sheltered by Ghost enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Sheltered by Ghost leaves the battlefield. Enchant creature gets +1/+0 and has lifelink and ward 2. Chat, this card's insane, man. Like, I understand that you could obviously get blown out by this, but it's either you get it or you don't. And if this ever resolves, like, good luck. If this ever resolves, that's huge. Especially in older formats if this ever resolves. Because all I'm looking at is auras. Like, most of these are just aura stuff. And you're playing that game plan anyway. So basically, like, Light Pause has a permanent way to get rid of any permanent now. And if you ever resolve this, well, now your creature has life. This is like the ultimate the anti-mono red card. Like, for example, just picture this scenario. I'm not saying this is where it's at. I'm just saying, like, if you're playing this main deck or whatever. So, like, mono red just punish you, killed something, put a 3-drop into play, you can't gain life, whatever, right? And you have a creature in play, you play Shelter by Ghost, take the permanent, my stuff has lifelink, and now you have a problem because now my creature has ward 2. All right. Again, same thing in older formats. If this ever resolves, good luck getting rid of the creature. Because the majority of your removal is targeted. So unless you have something that gets around ward, good luck. I think people are going to sleep on this. And there's going to be another side of that where it's this card, you just get blown out too many times. And that's like, yeah, I guess. But I'm more looking at this as more of a Light Pause than just playing 4 of these straight up. Which, in the Valiant decks, yeah. Like, you're already playing stuff. It furthers your plan. Like, it furthers your plan and as a removal spell. And now if it ever resolves, because, like, the reason why I'm saying this in that aspect for Prowess is because generally against Prowess, you're not killing their creatures at instant speed. You're killing their creatures, like, right then and there, because the general consensus is if you don't kill the first creature, especially if it's a 1-drop, that's a problem. And if they always have protection up, then they can resolve anything they want. So if it ever gets to a point where they still have creatures in play and they ever play Sheltered and with permanent and they have a protection, that's a problem. So, like, I can see them running like 1 or 2 of these as, like, extra removal that they didn't have played main deck because you're just trying to remove their stuff automatically, like off rip, not like waiting for them to play their spell. Like, you're just killing their creatures outright because the majority of them don't really have haste except the 2-drop does. And even if they do have haste, you're like, yeah, sure. If you're casting it on your turn, that means you're casting a lot less spells. So good deal. I'm taking less damage. split up, two colors, one white. Sorcery, choose one. Destroy all tapped creatures, destroy all untapped creatures. So this is, man, oh man. So like most will probably look at this and go, well, that's sort of annoying. Like I want to kill all creatures. Listen, Convoke has a one-sided Wrath of God now for 3 mana. That's insane. So now all Convoke players or all aggro players or whatever now have a Mirror Breaker in the format against themselves. And then they have a way to destroy stuff if they need to, like as just off keel. But that's really it. Also, that also works both ways. That also works against the other decks work with the other decks where you play a bunch of, you're playing like a mid-range game plan and you got like 1 or 2 creatures and you have split up where the Convoke player just like all out alpha strikes you and you're still alive. And it's just like, well, now I destroy all your creatures and I still keep mine. So this one-sided Wrath thing is like really insane. But most players are going to look at it and just go, well, I don't get to kill all of them. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like I get to keep that up and keep players in fear of ever actually like, destroying them, especially all their creatures. I don't know if this will see older format play, but it's cheap enough where it's possible. All right, we got another roomy room card. Surgical Suite, 1 white, 1 colorless, and Hospital Room, 3 white or 3 colorless, 1 white. Surgical Suite, when you unlock this door, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from the battlefield or from the graveyard to the battlefield. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. So, we have a crap ton of these return creature cards with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield, but they don't have a secondary flashback cost like it does with Hospital Room, where Hospital Room just could be an overcosted Luminarch Aspirant or any other effect that does this. And Surgical Suite is just this 2 mana, get any creature I want. The question is what deck wants this? And that's really a problem because the best spell that does this is Helping Hand, I think is what it's called. And it's a 1 mana. Now, the Helping Hand puts into play tapped, but the majority of the returning mana value stuff is in blue-white, where you're returning like Haughty Djinns and Monastery Mentors and stuff like that. So, notably, this being a non-creature spell. Will they make way there? Probably not. But we really haven't seen any of those return. We've seen a crap ton of these return mana value 3 creature stuff from the graveyard, and just none of them really saw play. Helping Hand is really the only one that has seen play, and that's just because it's an instant. And I think that's really the crux of it, but I don't know. We've had a few of these, but this is another take on it, and I think this is mostly a limited card. But could it see constructed play? Sure, but the majority of the return creature cards with mana value 3 less just haven't seen play that much. The Wandering Rescuer, 2 white, 3 colorless, legendary creature, human samurai noble, 3/4 flash, convoke, double strike. Other tapped creature you control have hexproof. So this was spoiled like way early on, and people sort of forgot about it. And this is probably the best convoke card from white in a real long time. Just for the mere fact it has flash. This card's so absurd. Like, it's sort of like the second coming of the Wandering Emperor, where it's just like you have to be cognizant of 5. And the thing that sucks about this is it has convoke and flash, so you're gonna be afraid for your life every time the opponent keeps creatures untapped. like every time. I could see this thing play anywhere. Pioneer, Standard, Historic, anywhere. Just because we already have a crap ton of these 5 mana flat or 5 mana Convoke stuff. And this one, I think, is probably, well, I don't know if this is better than the Elephant, but man, this is close. Because, good lord, if you ever put a +1/+1 counter on this, this just like gets through everything. And the other tapped creatures, this doesn't protect itself, but protecting other tapped stuff is a huge deal. I like this in the sense of you always keep creatures back against the Sunfall decks. And then like if they ever play Sunfall, they ever do anything, it's just like, all right, cool. And I just play this at flash for 5 or whatever. But you can also play this to protect creatures. Like if somebody plays a removal spell, then like if you played, or if you have like creatures that don't attack, or you just have creatures that didn't attack or whatever, and they play a removal spell, you just play this in response, and now that you just blank the removal spell. This card is so dumb. Like I don't think people understand how good this card is. Of like what it does, how powerful it is, and yeah, this is a good one. Toby the Beastie Befriender. Legendary creature, human wizard. 1/1 for 1 white, 2 colorless. When Bestie enters, create a 4/4 white beast creature token with this creature can't attack or block alone. As long as you control 4 or more creature tokens you control have flying. So most people would look at this and go, oh man, a 1/1 for 3. But we've had these before. Notably, Blade Splicer. And this is a better Blade Splicer where you get a 4/4. Notably, the 4/4 creature is not legendary. Toby is. So you can have multiple white beast creature tokens. So you can play multiples of these and get a bunch of 4/4 creatures because they're not legendary. Create 4/4 white beast creature token, not legendary token. And if you have 2 of them, then they can block an attack. So I think you have to have another creature that can't attack by itself, though. I think that's how that reads, but I might be wrong. It just means that, yeah, I'm pretty sure if you have 2 of these that you can attack and block, but I might be wrong. I want to say that's how this is worded, but I might be wrong. Creature tokens is kind of like a, whatever, so to speak. You're going to have to build around this to give the creature tokens flying, but I think this is one of the most underrated cards in the set just because no one's talking about it. And I think people just looked at it as a 1/1 and legendary. They're just like, well, I can't have multiple Blade Splicers in play. And it's just like, well, that doesn't matter too much because your beast token doesn't have legendary status. So I think this is fine. Like more than most people would think. Strictly just for Standard. I don't think this is playable anywhere else though. Maybe Pioneer, but Unidentified flying hover ship. 2 white, 1 colorless artifact vehicle. 2/2 flying. When unidentified flying object enters, exile up to 1 target creature with toughness 5 or less. When unidentified hover ship leaves the battlefield, the exile card owner manifests Dread. So Manifest Dread is it's the same as Manifest, it's just now it's just Dread. And Dread is a face down creature token, and I'll pull it up. I think the next card that we're going to talk about has that, and it has reminder text. But effectively, you exile something, if it ever leaves play, they get a 2/2 creature token. And then they put a card face down. Matter of fact, here, we'll talk about it. So this has crew 1. We've seen a lot of Skyclave Apparition, Exile Effect creatures in the past, and this is probably the best one. Like, not close. This is only creature, though, not permanent. But the fact that I can... So, like, Skyclave Apparition's problem was you can hit a 4-drop, and if you ever... Oh, excuse me. If you ever destroyed it, you still got a 4/4 token. This one, it doesn't matter. This creature could be anything. It could even be a boat. But Sheldred, or anything lower than that 5, it doesn't matter about the mana value. It cares about the toughness. And toughness 5 or less. Do you know how many creatures are in the format with 5 or less? This card basically hits everything. Sans Atraxa, obviously. But good lord, man. If you ever... Tokens? Like... I think this card's being slept on, too. Like, there's a lot of white cards that are just, like... They're unassuming. And nobody's really talking about them, how good they are. And this one's one of them. I'm just like... Look, anytime a vehicle interacts with the battlefield, I'm just like... Be careful, because vehicles like this don't come around often, and they've tailored a lot of the vehicles to be a lot worse than the original or the OGs of the format. This one, I can see this seeing play in older formats too, just being able to hit any creature. This hits Vein Ripper, even though that's, you know, not really have to worry about that anymore. Unwanted Remake, 1 white, instant, destroy target creature, its controller, Manifest Dread. So Manifest Dread, for those who don't know, that player looks at the top 2 cards of the library, then put one of them on the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other into the graveyard. It's a creature card. It can be turned face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature. So notably, it's not a token. If that makes sense. All right, it's not a token, which I was wrong. I thought it like created a token and then it was just like a face down. No. This is not a token. It's just a face down card. Sort of like Morph, except Manifest Dread, so to speak. So, that's what Manifest Dread is for this. So they get a 2/2. So they look at the top 2 cards of the library. They pick one, turn into a 2/2, and then if it's a creature, they can flip it up at any time for the mana cost. So we've seen a lot of these, most of these, if not virtually every one of these, get a thing back. Has always been 2 mana and sorcery speed. Some of them have been instants, but never 1 mana, at least as far as I know. Unwanted Remake is like, you're not playing 4 of these, obviously, but if you just need a no shit, I need a 1 mana removal spell that hits a creature that just takes care of it. I don't care about the 2/2 token or the 2/2 card. I don't care about any of that. I just want to be able to interact with a giant creature. This is it. Obviously, Lay Down Arms is better than this, and that's in the format, but I'm not saying you're starting 4 of these, but if you need extra Lay Down Arms and you don't want to play 2 mana removal spells, this one gets the start. I can see playing one of these main. Just like, hey man, I need to get rid of a creature that's just a problem, and this is it. I don't think it sees play anywhere else, because every format has one of these that's just better. Historic has Fragmented Reality. We got Lay Down Arms in Standard. In older formats, Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares. And Pioneer, I don't think has anything that's 1 mana, so maybe you could see it there. But if you were going to play this and you were going to play white, you probably were going to play Lay Down Arms to begin with. So, interestingly, though, Lay Down Arms is a sorcery. This is an instant, so that could play a factor, so to speak. But, hey, it's a good sideboard card. Very good. That's it. That's all the white cards. And it took longer than I expected, but, hey, just here talking about cards, man. Chat, what do you think? What do you think about the white cards? So we're going to go into blue. So blue had some cards. Ayo, I Smooth, what's up? So blue had some cards. I'm probably not going to spend as much time on blue just because there's not a lot of play. Blue has just been getting the shit end of the stick lately. And I understand why, but you got to give blue some help, man. Because, like, I understand there's a Dimir deck, but just like, can we? Maybe I'm a little bit biased that we don't have a true blue control deck. Maybe that I like, but hey, man, true boomer at heart. That I love mono blue and stuff that's close to it. Old boomer for me when I was playing control decks. Mono blue, man, so much fun. All right. We're going straight into blue. Here we go. Ready? Aberrant Oculus. 1 blue, 2 colorless creature 5/5. As an additional cost to the spell, exile 6 cards from your graveyard. Flying at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, manifest dread. So most of people probably look at this and go, this is unassuming, but hey, look, chat, this is a 3-drop. Remember all those cards I was telling you about with a mana value 3 or less type shit? Hey, look, this says this is an additional cost, not an additional effect to put into play. So I have a 5/5 flyer that I could effectively put into play at any time if it's in my graveyard, if I have, you know, Helping Hands or Recommission or, you know, subtle Sweet or whatever return creature. I am never trying to play this free, or I'm not trying to play this fairly. No. I'm trying to put this card into play with some form of graveyard effect because I am not trying to exile 6 cards from my graveyard. I think this card's pushed, like legit. Because just of what it does. I get free creatures at the beginning of my opponent's upkeep. So if they don't kill it on the turn, I get a free 2/2. And 5/5 flying is huge. Like that's not you're not getting cut down, you're not getting anything else. And yeah, it does suffer from what every other creature does in the removal suite. Dies to go for the throat and gets swept off the board by Sunfall, but doesn't everything else. And if you have a lot of these creatures that need to be answered, have enough of them, and one of them sticks. 5/5 for blue at 3 mana. This sort of like reminds me of Serendipity Free from the old Stompy decks that blue played that were just like a Freets and all that stuff. And this sort of reminds me of that, but if you are going to play Aberrant Oculus, you're probably playing blue-green or you're playing some form of self-mill in some way just to be able to put this. Now, if you do cast this, for the real cost of exiling 6 cards, you better have a way to put a crap ton of cards in your graveyard. And the majority of the time when you're doing that, excuse me. And if you're doing that, you're probably playing like a mill type strategy or some form of it. And this sort of like helps you. I think it's only a standard card though. But if you did play it in older formats, you're never casting this for, the actual cost. You're just putting it into play in some way, shape, or form. Although I will say it is a lot easier to put a crap ton of cards in your graveyard, but if you're gonna do that, you're gonna do that for Grizzlebrands and Atroxas. You're not doing that for Aberrant Oculuses. All right, we got our first blue room. Central Elevator. 3 blue, 1 colorless. When you unlock this door, search your library for a room card that doesn't have the same name as a room you control. Reveal it, put it in your hand. Promising Stairs. 1 blue, 2 colorless. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. You win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked rooms, or excuse me, unlocked doors of rooms you control. So, if you have 4 rooms and all of them are unlocked, as in 4 full rooms, that's 8 rooms. Or 8 doors, excuse me. So you win the game. That is... I have no idea if that's good, but that's a lot of mana. Like, we've talked about a bunch of rooms so far, like in just 2 colors alone, and the majority of them are just like 3, 4s, 5s. We've even got it as high as 6, and it's like the cheapest one that we've talked about so far is 2, and it's just like, all right, yeah, I could do that, but I need to find a way to, you know, make this work. And I love these win the game aspects, but like, how are you? If the room deck is good, and I'm skeptical, and then you're playing the ghost, the ghastly flyer that we talked about earlier, that's probably in it with this, where you're not paying mana for the opposite door, then so be it. But again, like, the flyer wasn't an artifact, so it's not like it could dodge some removal or whatever. And I'm skeptical, man. I'm putting it in here just for the fact of, like, if you're playing the room deck, it's blue-white at the very least, because that's the way you win. Or it could be an alternative win condition where you're just playing like this value game, and then you're just like, oops, I have a way to win if, like, we get to a certain spot where I can't kill you with creatures. Then yeah, cool. But like, man, is that clunky. Real clunky. This seems like a limited type thing. But like, if it's, like I said, in constructed, you're going to hear me say this over the course of all the rooms. Like, if these are good, and again, I'm skeptical of this mechanic. If they're good, they're good. If they're not good, this room thing is unplayable, like, in all aspects. It's unfortunate, though. Yeah. All right. Enduring Curiosity. 2 blue, 2 colorless enchantment, Cat Glimmer, 4/3 with flash. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. When Enduring Curiosity dies, if it was a creature, return it to your battlefield under owner's control. It's an enchantment. This one's the good one. This one's very good. It's got blue stats. In other words, it's a 4/3 for 4. So, you know, whatever. It's got flash. It's better than the white one that was just like, I draw a card, but I have to have other creatures for it to happen. This one is just like, what's that card? It was a green card. It was a 1/1 for 4 with indestructible, but it had to attack, and every time a creature dealt combat damage, you drew a card. It's basically this, where it's a lot less threatening, and but every time it's like Blue's version of Gix, but you just draw the card. You don't lose life. And Toski is correct. And if it ever comes back as a creature, then cool. Or I'm sorry, if it ever comes back as an enchantment, cool. I think this card's very good. Like, drawing cards is Blue's forte, and while it doesn't trigger off Monastery Mentor, Gix is probably better if you're doing an effect like this, but that's the real crux of it, is what deck wants this? It's good. It's better than the white Glimmer. I don't know what deck wants this, because generally decks that are playing creatures that draw cards generally are playing black and are playing Gix. So like, I don't know what deck wants this that is going to play this over Gix, because it doesn't fly, it doesn't do anything. But it's so close. Like, if Gix wasn't in the format, this would get the start automatically, I think. But what I will say though is that it having flash gives it play. Like, I could see this being like a control like juke. where you like side this in the mirror, and it's sort of like your way of drawing cards. So like instead of playing your draw spell, you play this, and if they counter it, cool. If they don't counter it, it's just like now beat this. Like they can't. All right. Enter the Enigma. 1 blue, sorcery. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Draw a card. So once again, I got bamboozled here. I put this in here because I didn't read the card. Or I did read the card. I just skimmed over the part where it said sorcery. But cantrips are cantrips. So blue now has what red-white has. Or what green-red has, or what red-white has. So blue now has a cantrip where it's actually relevant. I.e., I have a cantrip. It's not Ancestral Anger, obviously, but it could be in tandem with Ancestral Anger. And now I'm playing this blue-red prowessy thing, and now I play this on one of my giant creatures that you can't block. So look for this card being one of the cantrips that is in the prowessy decks. Because if they ever play this on a creature and they ever get it huge, it's sort of like, good luck. Like, I could see this card being huge and historic, where they're just doing the all-out Wizards Blitz package, where they're not trying to play this value game plan. They're just like, I'm trying to kill you. And, yeah. I don't know how far that'll go, but Enter the Enigma seems very good for what it does. Blue cantrip is going to see play in Constructed. Look for it. Blue-red Wizards or whatever. I don't think this will unseat anything in Pioneer just because the red-white deck is so good. And now we're seeing a red-black version of that, where it's just red-black, and the black is just trying to fling creatures for reach. So I don't think the blue stuff will matter, but maybe it will. Entity Tracker, 1 blue, 2 colorless, Human Scout, 2/3 with flash. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, draw a card. So I've seen people talk about this as like, if you're going to play the room deck, you're going to play this. This is a lot worse than Setessan Champion that we had way back when for enchantments. I think this card's actively bad. Like, and I don't say that willy-nilly. Like, this is a 2/3. It doesn't fly, albeit it has flash, but blue is not known for playing a lot of enchantments. And if you're playing the room deck, I guess you're playing this, but does this card cost a lot. It's a lot of mana, and a lot of your rooms and a lot of your stuff costs like 3, 4, and 5. So, like, I understand you're trying to... I understand why this has flash, because you're never playing this on your turn. You're playing this at the end of somebody's turn, and you're trying to play your first room to get the first trigger to draw. But this dying to, everything in the format is just so... I really wish this was a 2/4. But if it was a 2/4, it might be too good. But I don't think so. Like, this dying to cut down is so bad. And yeah, I don't know. I don't like cards like this where it's just like, I have to survive, I have to untap, and then I have to play a card, and then I have to jump through all these hoops. This is a trap card if I've ever seen one. It's one of those cards where it's just like, it does a lot. Drawing cards is like what you want to do, but it's not in a way that is furthering your game plan in the sense of being efficient. Unlocking rooms or playing enchantments, especially when you're trying to play rooms specifically, is a lot of mana. Now, this might be a limited all-star, but in Constructed, unless the room deck is so good, nah. I don't, nope. So this is our first special guest, Expropriate, which is 2 blue, 7 colorless, sorcery, Council's Dilemma. So starting with you, each player votes time or money. For each time you vote, you either take an extra turn or you choose a permanent and you gain control of it. This is only for Brawl. So Brawl players, you got your 1 commander card. Moving on. Fear of Isolation, 1 blue, 1 colorless, enchantment Nightmare, 2/3. As an additional cost to cast a spell, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand with flying. So most people look at this and go unassuming. But the first thing I thought of when I saw this card was it said permanent, not creature. Permanent is a huge deal, Chad, a huge deal. The first thing you should know is that you get to play this in tandem with the 1 or the 3/2 that oh my god, it's the black card. I had the name of it like before I started, and now I forgot. Oh my god. It puts the stupid roll on it and becomes a 1/1. No! Spiteful Hexmage is the card. So you play 4 Fear of Isolation, 4 Spiteful Hexmages, or 2 Fear of Isolation and 4 Spiteful Hexmages, and you bounce the roll, which is the token, and now you have a 3/2 that it's attacking on 1. But that's really it, man. I don't know if there's any other card that I would want to bounce. That was just the first thing I thought of. I don't think there's anything else, to be honest, because you're not playing this anything else. I will say, though, that there is, this is an enchantment theme, so if there's anything that has enchantment based, then you're playing that with it too, where if you have to bounce like rolls or creatures or whatever, or you bounce, what's that card? You bounce Carrot Cake. I don't think it's when it leaves battlefield, though. But there are cards that say when it leaves the battlefield, and this counts. So, like, you don't have to kill anything. You don't have to sacrifice. Fear of Isolation is one of those that you can... Yeah, Carrot Cake is when you sacrifice it. But there are cards that say when it leaves the battlefield. So, yeah. Bouncing a permanent is huge as opposed to just bouncing creatures, because we've seen these before at, 1, 2, or 3 mana, and they always say target creature or return a creature. This also doesn't target, which is also huge in my opinion. Unassuming, and it might come up, but returning permanents, huge deal. What does it go in? I've only said 1 deck. I could see it being in other stuff where it matters, but so far I haven't found anything with it. But standard only. I don't think this is playing anywhere else, because I don't think this is like does anything busted with anything else. Flood Pit's Drowner, Traxium's probably favorite. 1 colorless, 1 blue, Merfolk, 2/1 flash, vigilance. When Drowner enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. 1 blue, 1 colorless, shuffle Drowner and target creature with a stun counter on it into their opponent's libraries. This card does a lot for what it has. Unfortunately, it's probably a standard only card. Possibly you could see it in Pioneer, but I doubt it. And just because it's a 2/1, you're not going to see it excuse me, you're not going to see it very in anywhere else, because Bowmaster is everywhere. This being a blue removal spell, albeit for like 4 mana, is... I think this is more for stun counter stuff. Like if you're able to proliferate and keep adding stun counters, that also could play a role. I see this as constructed just because it has flash vigilance, but what I did not take into account, because I thought this flew, so I thought I had flying, which I think it would be busted at that point, but honestly, not really. This is like blue's way of like, if I got away, like if somebody got something under the counter spells, this is a way that I can get rid of it, albeit I have to tap a bunch of mana to get like inefficiently, but I still get to deal 2 damage. And I don't even think you need to do the shuffling part unless you just are going to die to the creature outright. In other words, you can stun counter it. And then like you stun counter it if they put it into play that turn. You stun counter it, tap it, now it has a stun counter. Doesn't untap during their next untap step. And like you can get a lot of damage. You can do a lot of stuff if a creature just like sits there for far too long. And this could also go in tandem with the blue-green frog deck that like puts a bunch of stun count, like that's like a sub theme of it is it deals with a bunch of stun counter stuff. So you could use it with that and get around it that way where you're still doing the vigilance plan, but like you don't have to necessarily have this to make it to where I have to shuffle it in. Standard only though. Get out as opposed to get lost. 2 blue, instant, counter target instant or enchantment spell, or return up 1 or 2 target creatures and or enchantments you own to your hand. This is a better Essence Scatter, but not much better. Like, this is sort of like, so this is like as close to Counterspell, like full-fledged Counterspell you're going to get. And the reason it is because the return 1 or 2 creatures and or enchantments is sort of like a pseudo Counterspell where you counter their spell that's not creature enchantment, and then you get to replay them. So it's a pseudo Counterspell for 2 blue, which is why it's on here, but I don't know if the returning aspect is worth it or not. It could be, but Essence Scatter is already in the format in more ways than one, and I don't think double blue to counter an enchantment gives it that much upside. And even the return clause, like, you gotta understand that not all Moldo spells or not all choice spells are created equal, in the sense that not all of them are good. Just because they have a bunch of stuff that we all use, or, you know, giving flexibility, while is relevant, this one, I don't think you're cutting very many counter spells that do stuff slightly better than this. Yeah, I must be tired. I didn't sleep as much as I usually do, though. I only slept for like 6 hours. I don't think you're subbing those counter spells for a counter spell like this, where getting the return clause is better than just countering the spell outright, if that makes sense. So, standard only, though. All right, Leyline of Transformation. 2 blue, 2 colorless enchantment. Leyline of Transformation, obligatory Leyline clause if it's in your hand, starts on the battlefield. As Leyline of Transformation enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control are the chosen type. In addition to their other types, the same is true for creature spells you control and creatures you own that are not on the battlefield. This one I think is better than the white one, but not by much. And the only reason I say that is because if you're playing a typal deck, and you need that clause. But again, could you just have a creature that did that? Because there are some that are in all multiple formats that do this. And there's spells that already do this, albeit that don't come in for free, but does that matter though? Like, so this is probably the only spell that I know of, or a ley line that I'm cool with. If I draw it, I'll cast it. So like, I would only want this in decks that take advantage of the creature type clause. So for example, in an historic, I'm not saying you would do this, but this was the first thing I thought of, is turning all your creatures into Thopters, and then you're playing like Retrofit or Foundry shenanigans. Another one is you're doing this with, say, rabbits, and you're just not playing blue, and you find a way to have like library manipulation if you draw too many of these, but you're getting all of your creatures up, but you would just do that anyway, right? So like, I don't know what deck wants this, but this is interesting in the sense that it causes you to think about deck building restrictions and sort of like not care about that, but you don't want to rely on this card, if that makes sense. You just want to be like, so like in the Thopter example, you want to be a Thopter deck, but just like now all your creatures have Changeling as opposed to playing with cards that have Changeling, if that makes sense. That you don't have to do that anymore. Marina Vendrell's Grimoire. 5 colorless, 1 blue legendary artifact. When Grimoire enters, if you cast it, draw 5 cards. You have no maximum hand size, and you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. When you gain life, draw that many cards. When you lose life, discard that many cards. If you have no cards in your hand, you lose the game. Oh, I'm sorry. Whenever you lose life, discard that many cards. Then, if you have no cards in your hand, you lose the game. This does not stop you from dying from not being able to draw a card. You just can't lose the game from life loss. That's it. What else? Yeah, I have no idea what deck wants this. This seems like a control deck staple for the sideboard if you're against aggro, where you're just kind of like, you play this when you're at like 2 life, and you have like 7 cards in your hand, and they have like 1 or 2 creatures, and you don't die. But again, this is one of those decks. This is one of those cards where you're just like, what do I do with this? Because I'm not trying to cast this. I'm just trying to put it into play. And yeah. Notably, Karn can get this. So yeah, like you're allowed to. And I don't know if that matters. It's not playable in Pioneer because Karn's not legal there. And Historic maybe, but like Standard, it's one of those, is aggro that much of a problem? And even if you play this and you draw 5 cards, like generally the control deck doesn't have that many cards in their hand. So like the least amount of cards you'll have in your hand is what, 5? So like if they have a creature or they have 2 creatures on the battlefield and you know you haven't got rid of them, you're still dying anyway. So like, I don't know about this card. It's a weird one. This is like the Ali Antrazi card of the set, where it's just like, it's unassuming. It cost $1 billion, and then Ali finds a way to, because his mantra in Magic is when you're playing a bunch of decks, your job is to not die, and then I'll find a way to kill you. But my job is to not die from anything, and then once I have the board stabilized, then I'll find a way to kill you. And this is the way to stabilize, essentially. Sort of like when he played the Lich's card. The 6-mana one. And many others before it. Alright. Mirror Room, Fractured Realm. Mirror Room, 2 colorless, 1 blue. Whenever you unlock this door, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it's a reflection in addition to its types. Pretty decent. Fractured Realm, 2 blue, 5 colorless. If a triggered ability of a permanent you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. So creating a token that's a copy of a creature I control is decent. We already have that in Mockingbird, and Mockingbird only really hasn't seen that much play in Standard, to be honest, which is weird to say. It has seen some play, but not a lot. And Fractured Realm cost $1 billion, and we already have these at cheaper costs, so I don't know if this is where you want to be, but if you're going to play the room deck, you're playing these. The Mirror Room is like, if you ever get to copy your the the tracker, then you're drawing a crap ton of cards because you draw a card from the mirror room and then a new creature enters and then now you have multiples and yeah. But other than that, like I had nothing. This card seems really, really slow and clunky because there's not very many 1s and 2s that I want to copy. And copying a 3, it just depends because I want to play this on 3 automatically because it does something the moment it enters the battlefield. So I want to do something. And there are not a lot of 1s and 2s that I just want to copy that I can think of. This is only playable in standard, so. Overlord of the Flood Pits, 2 blue, 3 colorless, enchantment creature avatar, horror, 5/3, impending, 2 blue, 1 colorless. Flying, whenever Overlord enters or attacks, draw 2 cards and discard a card. Chat, I think this card's absolutely garbage. Yeah, it draws you to, and so you get, draws 2, discard 1 for 3, which is on rate. But the main aspect of this card, even though it costs 5, is the cheapest of the bunch in all aspects. Chat, there's a 5/3. It dies to virtually everything. Like, except like cut down. Like a 5/3 for 5? Like, there are way better mythics at 4, 5, 6, 7 that it just, like, the draw 2 discard 1 doesn't matter. Like, I understand you play this on 3 and you just like, this is like a control card where you just like sneak it in at 3 and then you just kind of wait. But again, like, it's a 5/3. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not impressed with this one. This one seems incredibly bad. And that's all I got for you. Like, legit. If I was going to play any of the Overlords, it definitely would not be this one. All right, our second special guest, Phantasmal Image, 1 blue, 1 colorless, illusion, 0/0. You may have Phantasmal Image enter as a copy of a creature on the battlefield, except it's an illusion, and has addition, and is illusion in addition to its types, and has, when this creature becomes the target of a spell or an ability, sacrifice it. This card would have been great about 2-3 years ago when we were asking for like a lot of cards to be injected in the format that weren't shit. This would have been great to have. Today, Historic is probably the only spot that you're going to see this in, and even then, it's kind of a wash at best. Because, like, what are you copying? Because it's not like you're copying Sun Titans or, you know, a bunch of stuff. And if I was going to copy anything, I would much rather have this in Timeless, where I'm copying, you know, my pitch elementals, but you don't have time for that. So this one's sort of like day late, a dollar short type of deal, where you're like, yeah, cool, Phantasmal Image, yay! Oh, great, it doesn't do anything, hooray! That's it. And that's really it about this card, man. I got nothing. Historic is probably the only place you're going to see play, and that's it. And very rare at best, because like I said, it's the format is so efficient, this card doesn't mean anything. Scrabbling Skull Crab. Crabs are back, chat. 1 blue, 0/3, Crab Skeleton. Eerie, when an enchantment you control enters, or when you fully unlock a room, target player mills 2 cards. So instead of landfall or any type of fall, this is enchantment fall, and they get to mill cards. A lot worse than Hedron Crab or the other crab. And yeah. This probably could see play if you're just strictly on the enchantment plan that also milled cards. But we'll have to wait and see. I could see it seeing play in like some of the, like the historic mill deck where you're playing some form of enchantment. You're playing like Founding of the Third Path. You could possibly play other enchantments as well. So it's not a non-zero, right? But standard, bro, enchantments are everywhere. But like, I would much rather mill myself, if that makes sense. But at least it's not just opponent, like the Zendikar Landfall one was from Zendikar Rising or whatever. Silent Hall Creeper, one green. That's how tired I am. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Enchantment creature horror 1/1. Hall Creeper cannot be blocked. When Hall Creeper deals combat damage to a player, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Put 2+1/+1 counters on Hall Creeper. Draw a card, or Hall Creeper becomes a copy of another creature you control. This card seems kind of insane. Now I understand that it's a 1/1 and dies to a literal sneeze, but like, this is only playable in standard. So, because this thing dying to Bowmaster, if it was a 1/2, chat, I think the reason why this is not a 1/2 is because they know this card would be absolutely insane. As a 1/1, like, all right, man. Like, that can't be blocked clause is huge. Because you have to kill this. Because if you don't, it's going to become something else. And you don't want that. And it becoming something else could be anything. It could even be a boat. And you know how much we wanted one of those. So if you want Hall Creeper to be that, then you got to play it. And this is one of the better can't be blocked creatures in a while, because being a 3/3 is nothing to sneeze at. And I get to draw a card, cool. And then I get to copy any creature I want. That's huge. And I'm copying creatures that have attack triggers. So I could see this being in like a blue-black mid-range shell where it's just like I accidentally become, I don't know, Preacher or something. Not Tishana's Tidebinder, but stuff that does stuff when I attack. All right. The Mind Skinner, 3 blue, 10/1. 10/1. Legendary creature, Nightmare. Mind Skinner cannot be blocked. If a source you control would deal combat damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, and each opponent mills that many cards. Chat, this card's silly. Everybody's trying to make this work with the damage can't be prevented stuff, so that it's just a 10 damage, which is cute. I'm not gonna lie. But is that really where you want to be with this? Possibly. Now, it says a source, so it doesn't mean just this. It means all your creatures. So, like, if you're trying to play a mill strategy, although most mill strategies are spell-based, not creature-based, but Mind Skinner is nothing to sneeze at. And it's an enchantment, so remember that crab that we talked about that has Eerie? Like, yeah, it's not dealing any damage, but this is an enchantment. So you're playing enchantments and enchantment creatures, that's damage, and you're getting a bunch of mill stuff out of it. So I'm not saying that this card's going to see play, although it's going to see play with that nonsense of trying to prevent damage and stopping it from preventing damage so that you can deal 10 damage to the opponent. But I have a hard time believing that that's what's going to happen when you have to play 22 blue sources in your deck because it says triple blue in the cost. I could see this thing play in other formats where there's mill, where it's just kind of like, this is 10 cards. That's a big deal. And if you ever resolve, something that enhances the mill, then it's just more. That's huge. So yeah, I wouldn't sleep on this card. I'm not saying it's going to be an all-star or anything, but there's a small group of people that love mill, and that's all they do, and they love it. Hey, live your best life, and this is one of them. The Tale of Tameo, 1 blue, 2 colorless, Saga. So Saga's returned, although I don't know how many of them. This might be the only one. So chapters 1, 2, and 3 are mill 2 cards. If 2 cards that share a card type were milled this way, draw a card and repeat the process. Chapter 4, exile any number of target instant, sorcery, and or Tameo Planeswalker cards from your graveyard. Copy them. You may cast any number of the copies. Notably, you have to pay mana for this. Chad, I think this card is absolutely garbage. What does this do? Like, I understand that you can mill a bunch of lands that share a type, and you have to mill, and you draw a card and mill more. But like, there is a reason why in Legacy, Painter Servant, there's a reason why they put those cards in, is because there's a lot of times where you don't get the types you want, and you're going to miss more often than you think you do, is basically what I'm getting at. And that basically nerfs this card a lot. And the exile clause, what? Like, I'm playing a bunch of enchantments and creatures. I'm not playing instant or sorceries or a bunch of Tameo cards. So like, and it's from my graveyard. And I just realized, this doesn't even mill opponent stuff. This mills your shit. So this, read cards, chat. This card seems bad, like bad all around. I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Yeah, I get it. You're supposed to mill, but like, if you're playing a mill strategy, you're only playing specifically that. And why would you create it just for that? I don't know. This card seems incredibly bad to me in every facet, in all formats. Doesn't matter. Like, you could try this in historic mill, but is this really good enough? Like, you don't want to mill your whole deck, if that makes sense. Like, you're not trying to play just all instant and sorceries where like you milled like 10 cards. Then what do you do? Like, and if you do exile a bunch of them, the majority of them are going to be like 2, 3, 4 mana plays. So you're like, so I only get to play one of them. Like, yeah. Twist Reality, 2 blue, 1 colorless, instant, counter target spell. Choose one, counter target spell or manifest dread. Look, we've had a lot of cancels in our day. A lot of different 3 mana counter spells. This one's very good, actually. So like, if you're not if you're playing against like aggro or something where counter spell is very, very bad, then you could turn one of your top cards into a creature. I'm so sorry, chat. Man, oh man. But you can manifest dread and turn it into a blocker to not die, and that's sort of like a counter spell. So, yeah. I think this is better than a lot of counter spells that we've had. Strictly for standard, not for any other older formats. It just costs too much. Unable to Scream, 1 blue, enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchant creature loses all abilities and is a toy artifact creature with base power and toughness 0-2, in addition to other types. As long as enchant creature is face down, it can't be turned face up. Interesting. 1 mana removal spells are very good. Blue always gets these lose all creature types, but you could do this with Manifest Dread, and I'm not saying that's like huge, but it can be a big deal where it's just like, well, I don't want that to turn face up if it's a bigger creature. So, but yeah, this is good. Make their creature into an O2 artifact. Yeah. And it's an aura, so if I wanted to play another 1 mana removal spell for Light Paws and Pioneer, I got another one. Unnerving Grasp. 2 colors, 1 blue sorcery. Return up to 1 target permanent to its owner's hand, manifest dread. So when I initially read this, I skimmed over the part that said sorcery. I thought this was an instant, but anytime you see these return, manifest, blah, 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 initially, and that's the other thing too, is when I initially read this, I thought manifest dread put a token, like it made a 2/2 token, and then you could turn it face up, but the manifest part is just a creature. It's not a token. So, man, I'm like yawning a lot here. So manifest dread, it still works with like indomitable creativity, where you're not playing creatures, but it makes a creature to creativity into. So whenever you see those return, make a permanent that isn't a creature or doesn't like do stuff to creatures, you always give it a second look, because it could be possible. But this one being a sorcery just like turns it way off because everything in that creativity department is mostly instants. So, yeah. And that's it for the blue cards. Hooray. Chat, I might not make it through this review. I'm like excruciatingly tired for some reason. I don't know why. Might have to reveal stuff on Tuesday, like do part 1 today, post part 1 on the YouTube as a replay, and then just cut it. Let's see, we did white blue, we're into black now. Yeah, black's got a lot of cards too. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. I might let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we multicolor colorless, then that means that this is the last color. And then we'll do some deck building or whatever. It just depends on how I feel. But like I've been yawning like every 5 to 10 minutes. And it's not like I'm gonna you know, get offline and cut the stream early and go take a nap. Like, I'm not gonna do that because then I won't sleep. So, yeah. And I'm in pain too. Like, it started out a good day and then just like it's gotten progressively worse since then. But whatever. We're gonna get through these black cards though. All right, here we go. Black cards. Drum roll, please. So we got Come Back Wrong. 1 black, 2 colorless sorcery, destroy target creature. If a creature is put into a graveyard this way, return it to the battlefield under your control, sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. So I saw people talk about this, and we're just like, this card's so good. There's a problem with this, though, is that the creature you put into play does not gain haste. So whatever creature you destroy, you hope that you get some sort of value when it comes into play, like on the way in and on the way out. And there aren't very many of them. So like this to me looks like a specific card for Atraxa. Like, so you kill Atraxa and then you get the parity from it, but it's a sorcery. So like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that, but like, there's not very many creatures that I want to kill and put into play that I can't attack with. Now, if I got an attack trigger out of it, that's different. But like, what creature do you want outside of Atraxa that you want to kill and just put directly into play that you can't use? There ain't very many of them. So, I don't know, man. I got nothing for this, legitimately, for a comeback outside of that. Because you don't get the haste part. So that, like, that already makes it bad. And you only get it for that turn. It's not like until the end of your next turn. It's just your next end step. So, like, you're only going to get it for that one turn. I just don't know what you're supposed to do with that. And even in older formats, like, I can't like destroy I'd have to destroy something with haste, basically. And there are not very many of those that I've seen play, you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know about this. It's interesting, but like I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. Because it's non-intuitive or counterintuitive. Because usually when you're putting stuff into play, you get to use it, but you don't really get to use it. So it's an interesting card. I'm sure there's a way to like, how do I want to say this? It seems like one of those like very, very corner niche cases where like you use it in a mirror match in like a combo mirror where you need a creature and like you just need it for that turn. That's the only application I could see for this so far that I've looked into. There's not very many of them. So like I don't know what you're supposed to do with this, to be honest. Maybe chat knows. Another special guest, Damnation. Two black, 2 colors. I almost said 2 blue. Destroy all creatures that can't be regenerated. So this was printed in Planar Chaos, and it's basically Wrath of God for black. Probably could have used this like ages ago on Arena, but that's really all its application is for historic and other like. But even then, it's not that good because we already got like Toxic Deluge and like other MH3 and Jumpstart cards that just kind of got outmoded. This is sort of like a Day Late Dollar Short type of deal where, same thing with Phantasmal Image. We could have used this like a year or two ago, and just now it's just like, all right, cool. Yay, Mythic fodder I'll never use wild cards on. Hooray. Demonic Console. 1 black, 1 colorless sorcery. Search your library for a demon card. Reveal it, put it in your hand. Delirium. If there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, instead search your library for any card and put it into your hand. We have so many of these search for any card stipulations. Like, it does something, but if you have Delirium or you have something else, then if you haven't noticed, Delirium's back, if I didn't say so already, where you search for a specific, or you search for a basic land, you search for a creature, you search for a demon, you search for anything, and then if you have something else, then you search for anything. This one I think is probably the closest we'll ever get to literal Demonic Tutor, because WotC has been trying to push this to be almost Demonic Tutor, but not, and this is the closest you'll ever get. Demon is a relatively easy creature type to search for. The question is, and this is one of the reasons I put it on here, is not so much for standard, but for older formats where Delirium, especially in Timeless and Historic, where it's virtually easy to just have extra Demonic Tutors in your deck. So you don't have to play, assemble the team in an extra color to basically do what Demonic Tutor is. Now, does that matter? I don't know, but especially for Historic where it's easy or easier to get Delirium, no issue. And now you have Demonic Tutor in the format. Again, does that matter? Remains to be seen. But specifically for standard, you're not going to see Delirium that easy. Pioneer, maybe, but the older formats like Modern, Legacy, Historic, Timeless, those type of formats where they have fetch lands and easy ways to get multiple creature types and multiple card types in the graveyard, you're going to see Demonic Console just be a Demonic Tutor. And you don't really care. And you might put just like one demon in your deck that is cheap and efficient to where you get, just in case you don't have Delirium, but you need to search for something. Like a Changeling, something like that. Doomsday Excruciator, 6 black. Okay. 6/6 flying demon. When Excruciator enters, if it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Like, it's a cool looking card. The art is awesome. The casting cost is amazing. The flavor is there. It's Doomsday on steroids. This is amazing. And what am I supposed to do with this? Because, like, it doesn't have trample. It doesn't have that feel of, like, it ends the game. And Doomsday is 3 cards instead of 6. And Doomsday-esque cards are all about winning with some alternate win condition, not necessarily a creature. So in older formats, okay, go nuts. In standard, I got nothing. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. But it's powerful in the sense of, like, it's sort of like the same card, sort of the same thing. The Flyer, Archfiend of the Dross, where it's just like, all I need to do is just hit you 3 times and you die. And that's just enough time, because that's basically the amount of time you have with Doomsday Excruciator, which is you draw 2 cards a turn instead of 1. So you have 6 cards at the top of your library. So you have 3 turns to kill the opponent or die. So it effectively is that. But the thing is Archfiend of the Dross is very, very easy to cast. This isn't. It's 6 black mana, chat. Like, what the hell? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? So, but at least it's each player. So will that matter? I guess. But again, I can't get over this casting cost, man. Like if it was 4, then maybe, because then you could get into the realm of, you know, forcing the opponent to draw cards. So like you force them to draw 3 cards with insatiable avarice or whatever. You draw 2 cards and then they draw the 3rd card for the turn. So they only have like 2 cards left in their library. But like, that's not the angle. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this outside of that. Enduring Tenacity, 2 black, 2 colorless, Snake Glimmer, 4/3. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. When Enduring Tenacity dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield under owner's control. It's an enchantment. I think this one's probably the closest one to being the best one, just because gaining life is not that hard in any format, but it doesn't enable itself. In other words, it doesn't have lifelink. It doesn't have a way to gain life. You have to have that. Being a 4/3 for 4 in black is sort of irritating. And there are a lot of ways, which I didn't point out before, but I'm going to point it out now. There are a lot of exile effect removal spells in this format right now, especially in red. All right, there's one card that we're going to talk about in red, maybe today or tomorrow. And we already got Torch the Tower, and there's Sunfall, there's many other exile effects. So like I really don't like these dice triggers crap, because it incentivizes you to get them into combat and then effectively stop that from happening when you print so many ways to basically negate dice triggers with like virtually everything in the format. Lay Down Arms, Torch the Tower, Sunfall, Leyline Binding, like every removal spell outside of the black cards, legitimately all of them exile. So like, what's the dice trigger for? Like, and it doesn't even die to cut down. Like, I understand that it's still good, but I got nothing, man. It's a 4-drop. It's a 4/3. It dies to virtually anything, which most stuff does. But gaining life is not that hard. But the losing that much life stuff, is that really important? I don't know. The mere fact that it doesn't enable itself is one of the biggest bummers about the card, honestly. Fear of the Lost Teeth, 1 black, enchantment, creature, nightmare, 1/1. Whenever Fear of the Lost Teeth dies, it deals 1 damage to any target and you gain 1 life. So I put this on here, and it's this comment is insane. So I put this in here because most people look at this and just go, yeah, it's a 1/1. What do you care? Listen, chat. 1/1s that enable literally everything about your deck is insane. So like, so let me give you an example. So I play a lot of sacrifice strategies as like my secondary passion, and Fear of the Lost Teeth enables all of that. It enables sacrifice strategies. It enables bargain. It enables enchantment stuff. The gaining a life is not nothing, and the 1 damage to any target is also not nothing. Even though there are a lot of creatures that are 1/2s instead of 2/1s, but again, turning Fear of the Lost Teeth, being able to turn your Torch the Towers into 4 damage instead of 3, I think is absolutely insane. Because there were a lot of 2/4s in the format that you're just like, Torch the Tower was like, that was the problem with Torch, is like there were these 1/4s or 0/4s, 1/4s, 2/4s that you just couldn't deal with, but Cut Down was hitting all of them. Fear of Lost Teeth allows you to interact with them and still exile them. So like, and if nothing else, now you could deal damage to the opponent if you need to. Gaining life is not nothing. Enchantment is not nothing. And it still can block 1/2s or 2/2s and still kill them. This card like reminds me of a lot of the creature like Shambling Ghast, where Shambling Ghast like controlled a lot of stuff. And that's basically what this does. One of my favorite cards in the set. And not just standard. It could possibly see older format play too. Final Vengeance, 1 black, source 3, sacrifice, or as an additional cost, sacrifice an enchantment or creature, exile target creature. We've seen these a dime a dozen, most notably in Eaten Alive and the other one that destroys target creature or planeswalker. This specifically does not hit planeswalkers. This just exiles target creatures. This one is not nearly as good as all the rest, but sacrificing an enchantment or a creature is not nothing, and exiling a creature is not nothing for 1 mana. So this is one of those like Eaten Alive cards where you just play like one of as like a catch-all that you're playing, and also pairs well with Fear of the Lost Teeth and many other enchantments. Notably also, the roll cards are also enchantments. So like if you ever have one of the cursed roll on you, you can sacrifice that and make your Spiteful Hexmage, for example, a 3/2 and kill a creature, and it's only 1 mana. So this is not nothing, but the sacrifice enchantment thing is a lot better than people think it is. And not just for this card, for anything. All right. Funeral Room, Awakened Hall. 1 black, 2 colorless. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain a life. Awakened Hall is 2 black, 6 colorless. So we have now an 8 mana room, or 8 mana door. When you unlock this door, return all creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Again, all these rooms are 3 mana. Most of them are 3. Some of them are 2. Some of them are 4. But the majority of them are 3 when they start out. And boy, oh boy. We've seen these before. The Bastion cards from a while ago did this stuff. And they did see play. They were niche, though, in some sacrifice strategies. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, 8 mana is a lot. Like, and it doesn't even end the game. Atraxa ends the game. Like, bar none. Herd of Migration ends the game. Awakened Hall doesn't really do that, if that makes sense. Funeral Room sort of does, but, like, in your sacrifice decks, you want to be efficient. And 3 mana is getting on the costly side. So, I'm not saying you won't play it. It's just, I don't think this is the best mythic that Black has. I think there are better ones. And we're going to get to them. But if you did play Sacrifice, you probably are playing the Funeral Room, just because if anything dies and you get it to come back, then that's just more value. And the life loss and life gain is not nothing after you've done it like 5 or 6 times, but like you would much rather it be on a creature than Funeral Room, if that makes sense. Grievous Wound, 2 black, 3 colorless, enchantment aura. Enchant player. Enchanted player can't gain life. Whenever enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose their life loses half their life rounded up. So normally I wouldn't put cursed enchantments on it, but this is an aura. So, and this is not like the 4 or 5 mana enchantment where it's like the player chooses. No. They're losing half their life. And that's after the damage is dealt. So like not a replacement effect. It's just I dealt damage to them. So like for all these life gain decks, this is like your counter to that. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying you have a counter to all the life gain, where like a player goes to like 30, 40 life and you attack them once and now they're back down to 20. So, and that's every time they're dealt damage. So every time a creature deals damage to them, here you go. Standard only, though. Let's play a game. And they even got, like, this is probably one of the coolest flavors of the set. Not the best, but one of the coolest ones. Let's play a game. That's not, here's the other thing, too. That's not what Jigsaw says. He says, I want to play a game. So, not let's play a game. Anyway, that's what the picture is. Anyway, 1 black, 3 colorless, sorcery, Delirium. choose one. If there are 4 or more creature type or 4 or more card types, choose 1 or more instead. So you choose 1 automatically, but if you have Delirium, you can choose all of them. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Each opponent discards 2 cards. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Heyo! Neon Red Gorilla with the first time chatter. Hype in the chat. Didn't say combat damage either, so every shock lightning bolt also pings them and cuts off. Yes, that too. So this one's in here due to you already were playing -1/-1 stuff or like all the cheap creature stuff. But you also, if you ever have Delirium, you also get the extra stuff. I'm not saying you're starting this over, say, any of the other black 3 sweepers, but like you're able to choose whether or not you want this in any deck you want to play it in. I'm not saying you're going to start this over any of the 3s. I'm just saying you have choice. And getting rid of their creatures while also discarding cards against them may spell game over for them. Who knows? But generally, the 3s that do -2, -2, and the one that hits green or white that gives -3 if it's a green or white creature also matters. But this is not nothing. All right. Standard only application. All right. So Leyline of the Void is back. Every color gets a new Leyline, and black just gets Leyline of the Void because they don't want to give them like anything else. And this is probably the worst time that Leyline is in the format because like graveyard strategies are around, but like Leyline, it's not the best graveyard card. It's just not. Like it's the best graveyard card in some of the older formats, but even then, like the best graveyard cards are not even Leyline because the knock against Leyline is that you have to have a card. And it's only really that good if you draw 7 and it's in your opening 7. Too many times players will mull to 5 or mull to 6 to get to Leyline, and then they put Leyline in the play, and then they only have like 4 cards in their hand. I've seen it happen too many times in Historic and Timeless. And it's just like, all right, you got Leyline, but you only have 1 land and a bunch of 2, 3, 4 mana spells in your hand. And if you ever miss a land drop in that situation, you're dead. So like, and this sort of works in tandem with Standard, where you have way better interaction with the graveyard, especially in some of the cards we'll talk about later, where they cost like 1 or 2 mana, and you even have them in multiple colors today that are already out that just outclass Leyline altogether. Will this see applications? It only matters if like we're putting stuff into play in mass on like turns 2, 3, or 4. You're not doing that in Standard. You're doing that in older formats like Show and Tell or Living End or Living Death or any of Reanimator packages where you're putting stuff into play on turn 2 or turn 3 like Grizzlebrand or whatever. This has no application. To me, Leyline has never had implications in Standard. It always had applications in older formats. And it doesn't even it sees play in Pioneer. It doesn't see really that much play in Explorer. So like, even then, I've seen it see play in multiple formats, and I'm just like, these are not the best cards. Leyline's not the best graveyard, unless you're just in mono black, then obviously. But like, you would splash or play artifact graveyard hate cards over this, just because Leyline, if you don't have it in your opening hand, in your opening 7, it's like, it's just bad. And that's all I got to say about it. All right. All right. All right. It's back. Meat Hook Massacre Scene 2 or Take 2. 4 black double X legendary enchantment. When Meat Hook Massacre returns, enters, each player sacrifices X creatures. Whenever a creature you control dies, you may pay 3 life. If you do, return that card under your control with a finality counter. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, they may pay 3 life. If they don't, return that card under your control with a finality counter. Chat, listen. I've seen a lot of people on Twitter dumpster this card. You don't have to play it for 6, for crying out loud. All right? You don't have to. You play this on 4, and you basically say, if you don't beat me, you're going to take 3 life every time I kill a creature. This effectively says I am removing creatures from the battlefield. You don't have to pay 6. 6 is sort of like the cherry on top. I play this on 4, and like this is one of the only times where I'm playing a 4-drop that virtually does not do anything the moment it hits play. But it's sort of like, in my opinion, it's sort of like Shieldred, where it's unassuming, it's big, but you play it on 4, and it doesn't do necessarily something when it enters the battlefield. But if you ever untap with it, good luck. Because now, every creature you have, I am going to try to destroy, and it's more for you than it is for me. Like, yeah, I understand there's a bunch of exile effects in the format, but good lord, man. Like, you don't have to play this on 6. And even if you play it on 6, it's not that big a deal. This is not... Everybody wants to think of this as like a sweeper or like something that black uses to get rid of... No. This is your value card to put... Much like how Meat Hook Massacre was. Like, yeah, it was a sleeper or sweeper, but it also... Like, you could just play it on 2, and it just incrementally gave you value throughout the game. This is basically what Meat Hook Massacre Returns does, is now I get to get multiple creatures if I want to, because I'm definitely paying the 3 life. And I want my opponent to not pay the 3, or I want them to pay the 3 life, because now they have to decide whether or not I get a creature back or they pay the 3 life. So it's not nothing. And the fact that you don't have to play this on 6, you can just play it on 4, and it's still fine. Now, the only knock against this, if there is one, is it's 4 black. We've talked about a lot of cards in black right now that have multiple pips of black in it, and this is only a mono black card. So they did well in costing this card, like in Meat Hook Massacre, for example, where it was just double black and you could still find ways to cheat it into your deck. But this one, mono black only. And we're going to talk about another card later where black gets virtually everything now. And it's kind of bullshit. Like, I'm not saying the cards are good. This one is. But, like, some of the other ones are just like, why do they get this? Excuse me, for, like, nothing. Like, I don't know. So, black gets this, and, again, I care about this more for killing their own creatures than killing mine. Because I'm trying to destroy their stuff, and if I ever destroy something that's, like, a prototype or whatever, they're paying the 3 life, and I am totally fine with that. Pay the 3 life. Don't pay the 3 life. I get a prototype bigger creature then. I'm cool with that. So I think people are just sleeping on the idea that they don't get the idea that they want to play this for 6, and it's just like, this card's pretty bad on 6. I agree, but you don't have to you don't have to play that for 6. You can just play it on 4 and just be like, all right, can you kill me? Because if not, I'm untapping and I'm winning the game. That's how much advantage this gives you. Nowhere to run. This was spoiled very, very early, and people sort of forgot about this. 1 black, 1 colorless enchantment. Flash, whenever Nowhere to Run enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Creatures an opponent controls can be the targets of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities of those creatures don't trigger. This card is pushed to the fucking moon, chat. I don't know how this got printed, because you could still target anything, right? You'll trigger the ward, right? So this doesn't, you can't target on the way in. But still, like, generally the first creature you target is not going to have ward, and they're not going to have hexproof. If this ever gets on the battlefield, like, you now don't have to worry about like hexproof ever. Like, they just made the prowess decks like almost unplayable because they have a crap ton of protection, as in hexproof. If this is on the battlefield, those protection spells don't matter anymore. Because giving it hexproof, I can still target them. So it doesn't matter. It has to have indestructibility at this point. So you'd much rather be playing Lauren's Escape as opposed to the green spells where you're like Snakeskin Veil and that other stuff where they get hexproof. Yeah, this card is insane. Like, one of the best black cards. Because Ward is a dime a dozen in this format. And this basically just says, nah, you're not going to have any of that. And you don't really care if this doesn't kill everything because it's just like -3, and whatever. I get to kill everything that has hexproof and Ward. And the cool thing is you don't have to play, you don't have to play 4 of these in your main. You can just play 2 or hell even 1. And then if you ever run into the prowess deck or any deck that plays a crap ton of, protection spells, you're just like, all right, I'm upping this to 4 and good luck. I don't know if this has implications in older formats, but now Black has a way to get around a lot of Boggle stuff now. Although Sky Shroud Elf doesn't say hexproof, and I think Boggles also doesn't have that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right. Card's good, though. Osseous Stick Twister, 1 black, 1 colorless, artifact creature, Scarecrow, 2/2 with lifelink. Delirium at the beginning of your end step. If there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card in this way. So I put this in here strictly for Delirium. By Delirium, I mean not the effect, but this is a artifact creature, so that's 2 creature types. So even if this eats a removal spell, again with lifelink, if this eats a removal spell, that's like if I have a land in my graveyard and I have and I have this in my graveyard, now I have 3 card types, so I'm really, 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 really close to Delirium. And if I ever interacted with my opponent, as in, removal spell, cut down, whatever, now I have Delirium. So that's easy. And there's a lot of lands that incidentally can be put into the graveyard either by cycling, by surveil, whatever. And Delirium is not nothing in standard. It's just a lot harder to do very early. And it sort of like gets overlooked. And that's really the only application for this card that I wanted, is just like the sideboardy, lifelinky card that sort of grinds, but also has some reach. And if you ever put +1/+1 counters on this, then ayo, Grixis leader. And you got a VIP in the chat. But that's really it. Like, I'm not saying that this card should be a start or whatever, but if you ever are trying to get to Delirium and like you're playing like a mill strategy or whatever, I'm not saying that you would do that or whatnot, but you have a creature that has some reach in damage that also interacts with the opponent and grinds with them. Sort of like an unassuming card. Standard only, though. Limited All-Star, in my opinion, too. Overlord of the Baelmerk, 2 black, 3 colorless, enchantment creature, Avatar Horror, 5/5. This is the black version of the Impending Overlord. Golgari counters go brrr, absolutely. Impending 5, 1 black, 1 colorless. For those who don't know, Impending has reminder text, casts a spell for the impending cost, enters with that many time counters equal to the number of impending. So this one, 5 time counters, and at the end of your end step, you remove the time counters, and then the very last one, it becomes a creature. Whenever Overlord of the Baelmerk enters or attacks, mill 4 cards, then you may return a non-avatar creature card or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. So I think this is one of the not the best ones. This is kind of like mid to me. And I say mid because the majority of the blue and green and even some of the black cards, the majority of them are mill 2 or 3. This one's mill 4. So that's the only reason that this card probably gets a start, is because you get to mill and then you return a creature or planeswalker from the graveyard to your hand. And then it's not from among them. So if you mill cards, you get to return anything. As in, if there were 7 cards in your graveyard, if there were 8 cards, whatever, it's not from the cards that you milled, it's any of the cards in the graveyard. So that's also relevant. This also pairs well with Insidious Roots, where you play Insidious Roots and you play this and you return a creature, you get a token or whatever. That's why I'm saying this card's mid, in that it's cheaply costed and it actually does stuff. Yeah, we also talked about that also, Neon, where Gliss is probably the best thing with this. And this one pairs well with it also being black, where you can easily get this to, especially with the cards that have Impending 4, where you attack and then remove 3 counters if it ever connects. And then at the end of the turn, it removes the last counter. And now you have a 5/5, 6/6, whatever. So this one specifically, like I said, I'm not saying that this is the best one, but it's pretty close due to the fact that you're milling more than 3 cards and you're getting a creature. The Planeswalker part actually matters, because generally when you're playing mill strategies, and I'm actually talking myself into these are live reactions, by the way. I haven't read the majority of these. I just put all the rares and mythics, and then I skim through the uncommons and commons and seeing which ones were constructed playable. So I really haven't looked at any of the mythics or rares that much. This one, I'm talking myself into it because if you're playing, it says Planeswalker. The only Planeswalker that you're playing in these strats are Tyvar. So like if you mill Tyvar or Glissa, it's kind of like I'm sort of doing it, right? Yeah, this one might be better than I expected, because you don't care to play this on 2. You don't care. Because you're like, I get, if for some reason somebody made me discard one of my stuff, I don't have to, I can play this anyway and still get the thing back they made me discard, because it's not then from those cards. It's any card in the graveyard. So yeah. Like for example, if the opponent goes turn 1 duress and gets Tyvar, and I got Overlord, then I could just put Tyvar back into my hand. So yeah, this card's good. Like better than when I read it the first time. All right, chat. We got the best. We got the best special guest, and that's Sacrifice. Yeah, also being a 5/5 for 5 is probably the best scenario for it, but not having any evasion is sort of annoying, but I don't think you really care about that too much. Sacrifice. 1 black. As an additional cost to this casting a spell, sacrifice a creature. Add 1 mana. 1 mana of black equal to the sacrifice creature's mana value. Look, out of all the cards that I would see, I did not think they would print this onto Arena for Timeless. I can't imagine that this card's going to see the light of day in Historic, but maybe it will. But specifically for Timeless, I'm so over this shit, man. I understand that Dark Ritual is probably not a problem, but being able to go turn 1 Grief on the play, turn 1 Grief, cast Sacrifice, sacrifice it, or you can't. I'm not this is Magical Christmas Land, by the way. So I play my land. I cast Grief, evoke it. I then I could either sacrifice it to sacrifice, or I scam it, and then it comes back, and then I sacrifice it, and then I put something else into play, namely Necropotence. So like I don't need to Dark Ritual anymore. Sacrifice is Dark Ritual. And in my opinion, probably better than Dark Ritual. Not better than Dark Ritual in a vacuum, obviously, but better in the grief decks for Dark Ritual because I don't need sacrifice. Basically, is Dark Ritual 5 through 8, where I can play Scam, and then I cast Sacrifice, and that like it's all right, man. Like the mid range decks being able to accelerate out is already a good deal. Already, i.e., I grief, I sacrifice, I get their best card, and then I sacrifice, and then I put some big giant, Shieldred or Necropotence, Necrodominance, whatever. Yeah. Now, the special guest cards, if you open them in draft, you can use them there. They're not standard legal. Special guest cards are only legal in the formats that they're printed in or legal in. So this is only legal in Historic and Timeless unless they pre-ban it in Historic, which I think they will because this card's absolutely absurd. But it might actually get to stay just because none of the free spells are in Historic, so it might get to stay there. But Timeless, like, more power to him, man. Like... All right. Another room card, Unholy Annex, Ritual Chamber, Unholy Annex, 1 black, 2 colorless. At the beginning of your upkeep, or excuse me, misread. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. If you control a demon, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Otherwise, you lose 2 life. Ritual Chamber, 2 black, 3 colorless. Whenever you unlock this door, create a 6/6 black creature token with flying. This card's actually kind of good, isn't it? The demon part doesn't seem very difficult, even in older formats where you get changelings. But in standard, I don't know if there's any demons that cost 1 or 2. We'll have to do a Scryfall for that. So while I'm doing that and talking at the same time, I'm just going to Scryfall this. But yeah, Unholy Annex, basically being a 3 mana, I get to draw a card. And the cool thing about, see, this is what I was talking about. The difference between 3 drops in your decks. So Unholy Annex is better than the White Glimmer, due to the fact that the White Glimmer, also costing 3, does not do anything the moment it enters the battlefield. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't trigger itself. Unholy Annex does. And that makes it more playable than the white version of this. Demon. But yeah, I think this card's playable just because my 3 drops, as I explained before, in 2024, 2025 Magic, all right, gone are the days are the 2, 3, and 4 drops that you have to untap with. If my 3 drops and over do not do something the moment they enter the battlefield, they're not playable. Or they're not staples. So there's no 1 drops. Hold on. There are no 1 drops that are demons. And there's 1 2 drop that's a demon, but he pretty bad. It's from Brotherhood's War. That are in black. I guess we could check red too, since red has demons. Whoops. Nah, red doesn't have any demons that are 2 or less. All right. And then Ritual Chamber is sort of like, I flood it out, and now I get a 6/6 flying demon token. Like, that's good. Also triggers Caretaker's Talent. Ah, man. Love Magic, man. But yeah, this card's good. Like, this is one of the better rooms, I think. Interestingly enough, black getting one of the best rooms in the format. Sad. Sag. Unstoppable Slasher. 1 black, 2 colorless, 2/3 zombie assassin. Death Touch. When Unstoppable Slasher deals combat damage to a player, they lose half their life rounded up. When Unstoppable Slasher dies, if it had no counters on it, return it to the battlefield, tapped under owner's control with 2 stun counters on it. So, am I misreading this as like this card is busted, as in like pushed to the moon? Like, I'm not making this up. Like, this card seems absurd. And the reason why I say it's absurd is because it's incentivizing the opponent to not block. But, hey, what's going on, Rachel Maddow? But just like, I don't know, man. I don't understand. Like, it seems insane, but like, it dies to virtually everything. I think this is one of those cards where it's sort of like the 2-drops that like are only good when it's... That's true. That's true. But even then, right? Like, I don't know. This card seems insane. Like, I don't know, man. If you're already playing, you know, green-black, or you're playing Golgari and you're playing Glissa, and like they don't kill this, but they kill Glissa or whatever. Like, if this ever connects, that's 10 damage, chat. Like, this is like the most, you better have removal for this, or you're just gonna, yeah, basically what Gorilla said, you're just gonna get TKO'd on like turn 3, turn 4. Like, you're just, like, if you do not have removal, you're basically dead. Because this might be my favorite card of the set, just because yeah, that's what I was getting at. But like, yeah, I'm gonna have way too much fun building bad decks with this thing, and then I'm gonna get like, everybody's gonna have removal for it, and yeah, exile removal is even, but still, like, if you're not upset if they cut this down. Like, you're just like, all right, cut it down, man. I don't care. I just get it back. Now, obviously, it comes back into play. Tap with 2 stun counters, but do we really care about that? Not really. Like, you spent removal on this. Like, I'm fine with that. Now, if you spend exile removal on this, cool. Like, that means you're not spending exile removal on stuff that's, you know, big. Because technically, this is not big. It's just like, it does a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, just for the alt art. This art is awesome anyway. Like, yeah. All right. I honestly think this has older format implications too. Like, Pioneer specifically. Because, like, aggro wants to kill people, and this does that very efficiently. Now, what sucks is the damage happens first, and then the trigger happens. So, like, if they're at exactly 20, and you hit them, they take 2, and then they lose half their life, so they go to 9. And then when they take 2 again, they go to 7, and then they lose it. So, you know, so, like, they take a lot less damage when, you know, they're at lower life totals or whatever. Yeah, this card's fun. Valgavoth's Faithful. 1 black, human cleric, 1/1. 3 and 1 black. Sacrifice Faithful. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Alright, chat, listen. Y'all probably laughed at me when you see this, but I'm telling you right now, when 1-drops scale into the late game, they always get a second look. And this is one of the better uncommons that I've seen from this set. There's a lot of really good staple uncommons. This pairs well with Insidious Roots. this pairs well with anything of the mill strategy, and you just accidentally have 4 mana, and the sacrifice is part of the cost, so they can't remove the creature when you're paying the cost of 4 and sacrificing the creature. This card seems very good. Just like, well, if you don't have exile removal, and you better have to hit the Faithful, because if you don't, well, the Faithful is going to get back any card. Getting back any creature at all is already good, because I'm already doing it with my creatures. So, like, if you get rid of my Preacher, well, I just get it back with Faithful. All right, next. Now, obviously, it only done it at sorcery speed, but yeah. Yeah, Cauldron, I forgot about. But yeah, Roots Cauldron, all that stuff. Yeah, this card should not be slept on. And I would not be surprised if I saw this in older formats, just as another way to get stuff back. Because it's not hard to make 4 mana, especially in older formats. Valgavoth Terror Eater. 3 black, 6 colorless, Elder Demon, legendary creature, 9/9 flying, lifelink. Ward, sacrifice 3 permanents. If a card you didn't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. During your turn, you may play cards exile with Valgavoth. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to the mana value rather than paying the mana cost. Chat, I only put this in here because it's a mythic, obviously, but I put this in here. This is not just a Brawl or EDH card. This is a standard card, and I could see older formats playing this as like the de facto reanimator card, because like you can't get rid of this. You can't sacrifice lands. You're not targeting this with removal. Like, sacrifice 3 non-land permanents. Good luck. And then when they're sacrificing them, they get exiled. And that says card, not permanent. It says if a card goes to the graveyard, it gets exiled. So when they sacrifice those 3 permanents, and then during my turn, I get to play exiled cards, and I just pay life. And it says play, so I can play lands too. Like, and it just attacks well too. It's not like it's just like this creature that doesn't fly or doesn't have anything. So if you're playing Reanimator, you're probably playing this, because this card seems insane. Now, you're probably not starting this over, say, Grizzlebrand, but like in Standard, is this better than Atraxa? I don't know. It's bigger than Atraxa, although Atraxa does have Death Touch, right? It has Death Touch, Flying, Vigilance, and Lifelink, right? I'm not making this up. Yeah, it has Death Touch. So they trade, right? But yeah. Yeah, I like this a lot. As like just a Reanimator card. You're never casting this for 9. So yeah, but like if you've put this into play for free, you don't really care too much about the life gain aspect as much as like the card is self-maximizing, as in if I can't beat you by the time I've untapped with this and attacked you for 9, like then it's not good enough. Like, I should not need other cards to make this work when it already costs 9. And it should already do what it's supposed to the moment it enters the battlefield. Now, obviously, it doesn't do it on its own. Like, they have to try to interact with it or whatever. But notice it says if a card that I didn't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard, it's from anywhere. So if they discard, if they sacrifice, if they mill, whatever, they don't get a graveyard anymore. All right? So that's why I'm saying this card is better than people are like. I'm saying that's why it's one of the better Reanimator targets, because they don't get a graveyard anymore. And they don't get to like discard without paying huge costs for it. As in, like, I get the card. and it's exiled. So, yeah. All right. Last but not least, and there's a rant incoming. Withering Torment. 1 black, 2 colorless, instant. Destroy target creature or enchantment. You lose 2 life. Why the fuck does black get just enchantment removal for free? Like, what the hell? All right. Now, I'm not saying this card's playable. All right. It is. We've had cards like this before, albeit in not Ixalan, Ikoria, where there was a 3-drop, 1 black, 2 colorless card, destroy target creature, but if you paid Abzan colors instead of the 2 colors, but you paid 1 black, 1 white, 1 green, you could destroy any target permanent or non-land permanent. That almost saw no play. It saw like fringe play. This I think we'll see a little bit more play just because there's so many enchantments in the format. Namely, this is your surefire way of getting rid of Caretaker's Talent. But like, we've had cards like this before, and it just did not see play. Like, we've had Farika's Edict and like a bunch of other enchantment sacrificial stuff. It just didn't see play. And like, black getting this, we did see Feed the Swarm. And Feed the Swarm, you couldn't play a lot of them because you lost life equal to the mana value. But like, this one, you lose 2 life is still like a big, like you couldn't just non-zero play 4 Infernal Grasps. Like, because your life total mattered. So you're playing this in virtually a deck that has some incidental life gain in it because the 2 life will matter. And 3 mana is a lot in standard, whether you believe it or not. But yeah, mainly for Caretaker's Talent because there's so much of it out there. And the fact that black gets just this thought, my incidental payment for this is 2 life. I remember when you had to pay so much life to destroy an enchantment. And for the longest time, black had no enchantment removal because that was the weakness. Like, if you wanted enchantment removal, you either played Duress and got it before they got it, or you splashed white or green for enchantment removal. You just don't have to do that anymore. Black gets everything. It's sort of like green. What green was for like a few years in the fire design phase where they're just like green gets the best draw card, the best counter spell, the best creature, the best land, the best spell. And it's just like black gets the best everything. It's annoying. So there's the rant for Withering Torment. I'm not saying the card's like going to be a 4 of in every black deck, but you're going to see it. And it's going to be in a lot of sideboards for Caretaker's Talent, trust me. If they're not playing a bunch of enchantment removal stuff already. That's all the black cards, chat. What's chat thinking about the set so far? Yeah, there's a lot. It's not nothing. There's already a lot of enchantments to begin with, but there are a lot of enchantment creatures. Yes. All right. I'm going to take a couple seconds. Use the bathroom and then we'll be back and then we'll be doing red next. green and multicolor. No, we got red too. All right. Red. All right. Betrayer's Bargain. 1 red, 1 colorless. Instant. As an additional cost to this spell, sacrifice a creature, enchantment, or pay 2. Betrayer's Bargain deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So I thought this said target creature or planeswalker when I initially skimmed over this. And while it doesn't say that, I don't think that really changes that too much. Because target creature for 5 mana for 2 is kind of a big deal. And having a virtual roast for nothing is like, it's still good, and it's an instant. I don't know if you're playing this over the Scorching Shot, but having a creature enchantment is not hard. So, and 5 damage, and this is what I was talking about before with the exile effects, where there are just a dime a dozen everywhere. So, like, all these dice triggers don't matter when everything in the format is just exile. Then what's the dice trigger for when everything just exiles everything? Like, you can't have so much value be taken away when the entire format plays a bunch of, you know, when half their stuff deals with your dice triggers anyway. So, I put this on here because I'm a big sacrifice fanatic. So, you sack a token, you know, a curse token or curse roll token, you sack a food token, or rather, excuse me, not a food token, but any roll, any creature, and you deal 5 damage. Yeah, Forge too. But yeah, card's good. Good removal. I wouldn't say clue token. You can't sacrifice a clue token anyway because clue tokens are not enchantments. But more of the creature token type. And the roll tokens are enchantments, which is what I was getting at. But yeah, this is not nothing. It's sort of like Red's version of the black exile target creature sorcery deal for 1 mana. So still good. And you'll see it in sideboards. You might see it main from non-mono red decks. So Chad had mentioned this before, but here it is. Chainsaw, 1 red, 1 colorless, artifact equipment. When Chainsaw enters, it deals 3 damage up to 1 target creature. Whenever 1 or more creatures die, put a rev counter on Chainsaw. Equipped creature gets +X+0, where X is the number of rev counters on Chainsaw. Equip 3. All right, so if there is an equipment that might see play ever, it's this one. And the only reason it sees play is because it deals 3 damage to a creature. That's it. Not the counters, not the equip, even though that's what you're playing it for. But the fact that it does more than what red, multicolor, colorless left. No, red, green, multicolor, colorless. But I'm combining multicolor and colorless together. Chainsaw being an equipment is a huge deal. I'm not too fond of the equip 3, but I understand. You play a 1 drop, you play Chainsaw on 2, you play 3, equip the creature, and now you have, you know, a 3 or 4 power creature, and you're off to the races. Problem is that you got to spend a lot of mana to make this happen. I don't know if there's an equip theme in standard right now. I'm sure there is. And this is going to be in it. But I just don't know what deck wants this. Because this is not really an aggro card as much as it's more of a mid-range card, if that makes sense. And you're not trying to jam this in, you know, your Valiant decks or your Prowess decks, even though they could go in there. It's just that's a lot of mana. Although I will say that being able to remove creatures and then trigger Valiant is kind of like permanently, if you have multiple creatures out, is kind of Christmas landy, but not really, because you usually always have 2 if you're like in parity. So maybe, but just the 3 equip is so much mana. Like if anybody's ever played with any of the swords, like Sword of Fire and Ice, sort of, Feast and Famine, Sword of Light and Shadow, like that 3 mana is a lot. So, but yeah, card's good. Probably one of the best equipments that we've seen since Batterskull. Like one of, like not like as egregious as any of those, but still playable, if that makes sense. I don't think we've seen anything like this before where it did damage. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Chat's probably going to prove me wrong. Like, you fucking idiot. There's this other card. What are you doing? All right. Red's Mythic Room. Charred Fourier. 1 red, 3 colorless. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Dees. Warped Space. 2 red, 4 colorless. Once each turn, you may pay 0 rather than the mana cost for a spell that casts from exile. Huh. Well, Charred Fourier has already been a card before. And like we've seen these at 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 mana before. It's just your way of playing a permanent that allows you to, draw extra cards, and then Warp Space allows you to, how do I want to say this? As your grindy stuff. The cool thing about the room mechanic is that I only have to cast it once. So like if I ever resolve Charred Fourier, like I don't have like the Warp Space part of it door. Like I pay the mana, and it's sort of like a special ability clause where you can't like counter the card, if that makes sense. So yeah, this card's good. I think it's more of a sideboard card than a playable card. As in, like, you're not going to start very many of these. But this is like 1 or 2 of that you put in your sideboard against the control decks where you're just like, yep, this is my draw 2 cards a turn. And if I ever flood out, then I get to play it for 0 mana. And then now my creature lands become a issue for you. So yeah, this is like a big red card, if I've ever seen one. And a mono red card, you just say, I don't like putting your sideboard for the control matchups when you have to grind. But that's really it. Clockwork Percussionist. 1 red, 1/1 monkey toy artifact creature haste. When Clockwork Percussionist dies, exile the top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. Okay. This card is insane. All right. This is like better than, in my opinion, this is better than Unlucky Witness. Like I'm not kidding. All right. Because not only do I get, because Unlucky Witness, you got to see 1 extra card. Nice. However, you did not get to play that card the same turn, generally. And you wanted to play the card on the same turn to see it, to draw a card, or to see if you found lands or whatever. But if you didn't and you were flooding, then so be it. But Clockwork allows you to like draw an extra card, because that's basically what it says. It says when this dies, draw a card. And it enables you to, this is like one of the best commons in the set. Like, not kidding. This is not me memeing. It's not me trolling. I'm legitimately going to put like a bunch of these in my sacrifice decks. Like, I'm not kidding. And I get to exile, and it's not even a draw card. So it gets around Childred, and I get to play it until the end of my next turn, and it has haste. So I get to attack with it, which incentivizes me to deal more damage with it. And it's an artifact, so all those sacrifice artifacts or sacrifice creature clauses. Like this card's so good. For a common, like I'm not sitting here like, oh yeah, I'd play this over, you know, other uncommons or rares or whatever, but like this is like your enabler, your cantrip that just happens to deal damage. Dropping in free with Kona Rescue Bestie seems nice. Oh yeah, for the yeah, which we'll get to later. But for Clockwork, yeah, this card's like one of my favorite cards in the set, top 5 at least, because it's just an enabler for sacrifice strategies, and the card draw is just great. Cursed Recording, 2 red, 2 colorless artifact. When you cast an instant or sorcery, put a time counter on Cursed Recording. Then, if there are 7 or more time counters on it, remove those counters, and it deals 20 damage to you. Tap when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. Say that 5 times fast. Copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. So, this is a mono red card. This is a burn card. That's all this is. This is, I need to kill you, and this is the best way to do it, and it gives you reach. That's what this is. This is also a storm card probably too. But no, the majority of the time, this is your burn card that I get to tap, and I get to copy all my burn spells. And if I didn't kill you by the time I've cast 7 extra spells, well, I wasn't going to kill you anyway, so there you go. This is your aggro card. This is your card that you play a bunch of instant and sorceries, or you need to copy a second spell, and it like instantly kills them the moment that you do, and you just need extra time to do it. That's the only application I see for this card, and that's it. Is it jank? Absolutely. But this is like mono red, mono burn, like sideboard card for extra stuff. I could see it being in an historic to sort of bring the burn stuff back as a sideboard card, or like the top of the line where you're like casting stuff from the graveyard and you're copying that stuff, dealing 6 damage a clip, and in standard where you're not really burning people, but you're playing a bunch of instant and sorceries, but you need to like copy a bunch of them where you're putting a bunch of stuff on the battlefield. So this is not nothing. But yeah, and chat points it out. If for some reason you need to get rid of it, you could just bargain it. Or have something that sacrifices artifacts to get rid of it. Like, yeah. So it's not like you can't find a way to get rid of it if you must. Enduring Courage. This is the red enduring enchantment creature, Red Glimmer. 2 red, 2 colorless, 3/3. Dog Glimmer, the goodest boy. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. When Enduring Courage dies, if it was a creature, returns to the battlefield, blah. 3/3 for 4 is kinda bad. And it doesn't enable itself. It says when another creature you control enters, it's not this one. So it's always a 3/3. That's kinda bad. And yeah, other creatures are getting +2/+2 in haste, but you would much rather this also get haste. And it doesn't. And that is probably what makes this card just not good enough. Being a 4/4 for 3 in red is just not there. And it not enabling itself is just, yeah. Although, I will say, making your forge tokens huge, which they were already hasted, fine. But if you're doing that, then cool. But that's, I don't know, man. I think you do better than that. Spent some time last night trying to figure out how to put Twitching Doll, Agatha's Soul Cauldron in the same deck. I have no idea. Fear of Missing Out or FOMO. 1 red, 1 colorless enchantment creature nightmare. 2/3. When Fear of Missing Out enters, discard a card, then draw a card, so you get to rummage. Delirium. When Fear of Missing Out attacks for the first time each turn, if there are 4 or more creature or 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, untap target creature. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase. So whenever you see cards that say additional attack phase or additional combat phase, you give it a second look. Delirium is not hard to get in a set that is incentivizing you to do so with artifact and enchantment creatures. So Fear of Missing Out is not hard to get to when you're playing 4 of these and you're like, I'm trying to get to Delirium, and imagine for a second that you have vigilance creatures or whatever, that this says untap, right? Yeah, untap creature. So yeah, like anytime a creature has that clause, it's scary because basically mono red gets a way to get extra combat phases. So yeah, I like this a lot. I can see this being played in older formats too. By the time red has 4 lands, you've already had 5 trample, double strike, mice hitting you on. Yeah, exactly. Grab the Prize. 1 red, 1 colorless sorcery. As an additional cost to the spell, discard a card. Draw 2 cards. If the discarded card wasn't a land card, Grab the Prize deals 2 damage to each opponent. We've seen a multitude of these, and red always gets one of these. I really want to see them bring back Magnetic Insight, which is a red version of discarding a land, but it costs 1, and you discarded it, so you had to discard a land to play it. Discard a land, draw 2. I thought this was something else I read entirely, but red always gets one of these, and it always sees play, even if it's like 1 or 2 of them. The fact that it's specifically non-land that it deals the damage is kind of shitty, but you know, what can you do? Cards like this are fine, considering that the majority of decks that play cards like this are Reanimator decks. So I don't think the additional 2 damage is worth it. So be that as it may, you have another enabler. If it does see Storm, maybe, but generally you're not looking for land cards, I guess, because you want the damage to matter. Here's red's Leyline of Resonance. 2 red, 2 colorless. Obligatory Leyline clause of beginning the game with it on the battlefield. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets only a single creature you control, a copy of that spell, you may choose targets or choose new targets for the copy. Look, there are a lot of ley lines in there have been a lot of ley lines in Standard, and there have been a lot of ley lines that have seen play over the time of Magic's history. You know what didn't see play? A bunch of other ley lines, as in ley lines that you had to have in your opening hand that enabled creatures and spells. In other words, the only playable ley lines that I can remember off the top of my head that have made impacts are Leyline of Abundance, Leyline of the Guild Pact, Leyline of the Void, and that's only because of older formats, and that's really it. Oh, Leyline of Combustion as a sideboard juke against in certain formats, and that's it. There really hasn't been any other leyline that has saw play after that, and there's a lot of them. Go look it up. There's like close to 20 of them. And none of them see play, like at all. Like 3 ley lines out of 20. That's not a lot. So I have my reservations on a lot of ley lines, and this is another one that has reservations, because when you're playing Prowess, which is what I get told all the time, this is what this is going in, which I agree. Problem is that the Mouse deck or the Valiant deck or the Prowess deck, they have a equal distribution of those creatures, and Leyline doesn't necessarily help in that regard, but you're going to see players try it, where they're going to run 4 of these, and they're just going to cut some random card that they need, and they're going to play this instead and just go, well, what do I, and then the question's going to come up invariably of, well, what do I do with this if I got more than one in my hand and I didn't start with it in my opening hand? Now what do I do? Yeah. Good luck answering that question, because that's really the main question you have to answer is what happens when I don't draw this in my opening 7 on the play or on the draw, whatever, when I get to put this into play on turn 0. And the majority of the time the answer is, well, I guess I'm just playing this this game where I have to mull to it, and that's it. And if you want to live on the edge like that, that's not for me. That might be for you. And there you go. But I don't think this is very good. Other players disagree, but whatever. All right, Maddening Hex, another special guest. Two red, 1 colorless. Curse. Whenever an enchanted player casts a non-creature spell, roll a die 6. Maddening Hex deals damage to that player equal to the result. Then attach Maddening Hex to another one of your opponents chosen at random. So I put this in here just because it's a special guest and it's a card for Arena. I could see some player playing this in their historic decks. This is not for Timeless. Although it's interesting that you could theoretically play this against Show and Tell, but yeah, how you would, yeah, this might be a card for that. Maybe. I mean, you already have Roiling Vortex and stuff, but maybe another deck wants this. Maybe. Because it deals damage as opposed to them not casting spells for 0. It could be any spell. So you could play this in tandem with that. But that's really it. Like, it being an aura doesn't matter. It's all about the enchant player clause. And it being a special guest and a new card in Arena, somebody's always gonna try it. And that was the first thought I had, was against players that play a bunch of spells, non-creature spells. Die 6 is not nothing. Even taking 1 damage is still enough. Now, you have that, the luck factor of, well, if they cast a bunch of spells and only take 1 damage for it, then whatever. But it sort of functions like Campbell, where they always take 2 damage for every non-creature spell they cast. But there's high upside with this, that anything over 1 is a lot. So like if they cast like 3 spells and they take 3 damage for each one, that's 9 damage. They could be dead by then. So this is like Burns' way of stopping combo and a bunch of stuff in historic or whatever that play a bunch of non-creature spells. So it's not nothing. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges, 2 red, 4 colorless, enchantment creature avatar, horror, impending 4, 2 red, 2 colorless, 5/5. Whenever Overlord attacks or enters, it deals 4 damage to any target. I don't know if this is the worst one. I'm still on record as saying the blue one is the worst one. But this dealing only 4 damage is... I don't think so. Now, that's not to say that 4 damage for 4 is not bad. But you would much rather this deal 5. And I understand why they couldn't do that, because then it would be better than... It would be the best Inferno Titan Glorybringer ever at 4 mana. And even though it's not a creature then, but you don't care about that because you're trying to cheat that. Taking counters off, Zuring it, turning it, blinking it, doing stuff. Like, if you ever cast it, it's sort of like I didn't draw it in time, or I didn't have it in my hand, so to speak. So, yeah, like, I'm not saying it's the worst, and this is like the biggest big red card I've ever seen, but you're not trying to play this for impending and just waiting. Like, you want this to come into play, either blink it to kill anything, or you're taking all the counters off and being able to attack with it next turn. If you don't, I think this is one of the weaker ones, because 4 damage is not really that much for 4 mana. You would much rather it be like kill target creature, or now this is to any target, so you can deal damage to planeswalkers, which is not nothing also. Piggy Bank, 1 red, 1 colorless, 3/2 artifact creature bear toy. When Piggy Bank dies, create a treasure token. Chat, let me tell you something. I am a huge proponent of 2 mana stuff that gives you acceleration when it dies. Much like with the percussionist, this Piggy Bank reminds me of a lot of 3-drop or 2-drops that were just not good enough. That were always like 2/3s or 2/2s that did the same thing. But being a 3/2 is much better than being a 2/2 or 2/3 in this instance, because Piggy Bank is one of those where you're like, well, it's an aggressive creature. That's what you want. And if it dies, then you get to accelerate into 4. And yeah, it's just good all around. It's just a good enabler of anything. And if you ever get to sacrifice a creature or whatever, then you get to, get a free treasure token out of the deal. So it always is doing something. I'm not saying it's like as good as, Blood Tithe Harvester or anything like that, but the fact that it has a resemblance to it, that you get something on the way out and it's an aggressive creature on the way in, is not anything to just kind of like get to dismiss. And I'm always looking at stuff like this. Like, obviously everybody's looking at rares and mythics and stuff, but I'm always looking at what good commons and uncommons can supplement your decks that allow you to do what you're trying to do and give you some certain redundancy in effects. And Piggy Bank does that in enabling Delirium, giving you some acceleration. It's easy to cast. It's not a dual card. It's not a dual color card, and it's a 3/2. And if it gets exiled, you would much rather this get exiled than one of your actual big threats. And we're here for that. Standard only applications, though, I think. Pyroclasm. This is a reprint, chat. Yeah, synergizing. Very, very good. I like him too. 1 red, 1 colorless sorcery. Pyroclasm deals 2 damage to each creature. We have not seen a Pyroclasm reprint ever. We've seen a lot of Pyroclasms-esque cards being printed, but never Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm has been as old as Ice Age. That's the original printing of Pyroclasm. And Pyroclasm is not nothing, chat. Pyroclasm is very good. It is a 2-mana sweeper. Specifically, if you thought, listen, let's pour one out for you, boy. All right. Pour one out for you, boy. Pour one out for you, boy, on mice. Pour one out for you, boy, on all those on Convoke and all those really, really, really weenie creatures. Pour one out for your boy, because people are going to get some very, very upset at Pyroclasm. Trust me, you're going to see it. Because Pyroclasm is, man, every time it's been in Standard, it has been a staple. Every time it has been in older formats when there was a lot of weenie creatures, Pyroclasm has even seen play in Vintage and Legacy. So this card is not nothing. Remember all those times that you wish you had a way to sweep the board at a cheaper cost than, 4 or 3? Well, now you have your chance. Got to play red, but now you have your chance. Pyroclasm, very good. Yeah, you about to get owned. Razorkin Needlehead. 2 red, human assassin, 2/2. When Needlehead has first strike during your turn. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Needlehead deals 1 damage to them. All right, chat, let me explain something to you. I am over the idea that players just don't understand how good cards are or what's a trap. This looks like a mono red card. This looks like, the best red card that you've seen in a long time. And first strike is annoying, but I just don't see it, man. Like, I understand that, giving the opponent every time they draw a card, they take a damage. This card's very good if it ever gets to stick. And that's the other thing too, is that this thing needs to stay in play. And there's so much removal in Standard right now. Like, for example, the Caretaker decks are just like, they're just filled with removal. This card is never staying on the battlefield. And Domain doesn't care about this card because it doesn't really draw cards, because they don't really play beans. Some of them do, but some don't. And like, what decks play a lot of like card draw? There's not a lot in Standard. Now, I could see this in other formats where there's a lot of draw spells, namely Historic and Timeless, maybe, for example, that play a crap ton of Brainstorms, but they play a lot of removal too. So, like, I'm not saying this card's bad. I'm just saying temper your expectations for what this actually does, because this is a 3-powered creature in that you're drawing a card every turn at minimum. But, like, it's still only a 2/2. It's not a 3/2. You appear into the abyss. Yeah, nobody's playing that. But yeah, I'm. You're gonna play it in mono red, but like, you're not gonna play 4 of these because you're gonna realize real fast that this 2/2 is not a 3/2. That's really it. Yeah, challenge accept. You go right ahead. All right. Screaming Nemesis, 1 red, 2 colorless spirit, 3/3 with haste. Whenever Screaming Nemesis is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. All right, so this is a red card. This is your quintessential mono red, my 3 draw for 3 with haste, my 1/2/3 combo. My 1/2/3 combo piece with a biscuit. Hey, here it is, right here. Which is weird to say because this is like a standard card if I've ever seen one. Right? And that's really it. There's not really much else to this card. There's not, like, maybe I should deal you could deal damage. This is something I didn't realize until just now because I just reread it. You could deal damage to it in non-combat ways, and then the player, and then it deals damage to another target, which means that I could damage it with something and then stop the opponent from gaining life. Like, I could shock it and then shock the opponent in response to whatever life gain they have, and then they can't gain life anymore. So, like, this has like a lot of implications if you look hard enough. Of this is the quintessential mono red card where, yeah, where like the opponent doesn't play any creatures and you're just like sitting here with a bunch of 2 damage spells in your hand. You're just like, all right, I could point it at Screaming Nemesis and still do damage to you that way. Very, very cool card. Very, very good. This is one of the top cards in the set, in my opinion. The Roller Crusher's Ride, 1x or x2 colorless, 1 red, legendary enchantment, Delirium. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player, while there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, it deals double that damage instead. When the Roller Crusher Ride enters, it deals X damage up to each X damage to each up to X target creatures. Man, mouthful. Excuse me. Isn't this the next coming of Meat Hook Massacre? Yeah, I'm just not seeing it here. Like, you could deal, if you paid 4, you could deal 1 damage up to 1 target. If you deal 2x, so 5 mana, that's 2 damage to 2 targets. So, and you only double the damage if you have Delirium, not like double the targets and the damage. So, now what I will say though is that if you have Delirium already, now you're doubling damage for only 3 mana. So that's not nothing. I think this has more older format implications than Standard, in that Delirium is not hard to get, And if you ever get to be able to do double damage, then doubling damage is a lot better than trying to sweep the board. So, like, yeah, I really don't think this is good in standard, to be honest. I think this is more for like older formats that can get Delirium easily. Now, with all the stuff we talked about, especially in red, it might not be that hard to get Delirium. So you could probably play this on 3 and be fine. Just don't know. We won't know until we see it. But other than that, I got nothing. I think this card's on face value without Delirium, this card's bad. But Delirium and trying to get Delirium is probably the way that you're supposed to maximize this card outright. But even then, like, you still need to pay so much mana to get the damage. It's just not worth it, in my opinion. This seems like a commander card to me, honestly. Violent Urge, 1 red, target creature gets instant, target creature gets +1/+0. First strike until end of turn. Delirium, if there are 4, if you have Delirium, then target creature gains double strike until end of turn. What are these cantrip for Delirium type deals? Anytime you see any of these 1-drop non-cantrip but 1-drop Delirium cards, you give it a second look, because we've seen double strike before on cards like this, but never at 1 mana. They're always at 2 mana or higher. So Delirium, again, it will depend, but this is like one of those prowess blitz type cards where you're just like, I need to give my creature double strike for as cheap as possible, and this is the cheapest you're going to get. Whether or not this sees play or not, standard, I'm not sure. Older formats where you can get Delirium much easier, that's where I want to see if this is worth it or not. And there might be just too many good cards at 1 mana to do this, but it's always worth a try. And last but not least, Waltz of Rage. 2 red, 3 color sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature until end of turn. Whenever a creature you control dies, exile the top card of your library. You may play it until end of turn, or you may play it until the end of your next turn. So basically how this reads is this is a sweeper, and if this sweeper kills any of your creatures, you get to rebuy them by drawing extra cards and being able to play them until the next turn. Does that matter? Not really. We've seen red sweepers before. The majority of them are not good. The last good red sweeper was like Hour of Devastation. Possibly was the last one that was really saw play, and that was because it got rid of Indestructible. But use a lifelinker, yeah, it's interesting. But the majority of the time when you're playing cards like this, what I do like about this card though, and I just realized this, is that you get to keep the creature. So you're able to, play whatever creature you want, some big creature, Shieldred, for example. The one and only Stormbreath Dragon, what's going on? So you can play this with, Shieldred or, something else where you're keeping your creature, but you're just ending everybody else. So, which is fine. Lifelinker also decent. Yeah, this card's good. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the majority of sweepers that we've had are from red specifically haven't been that good. But what I like about this is that you don't lose your best creature, essentially, which is what I was getting at. All right, red is over. And now we go to green. I think red and green got like the least end of the stick here. I think black, white got a lot of good stuff. And some red cards too, but man, green and red have just been, especially blue too. Good God, these blue cards have just been still a piece of garbage. All right. Green cards rolling right along. All right. Balustrade Worm. 2 green, 3 colorless. The spell cannot be countered. Trample, haste, 5/5. Delirium. 2 green, 2 colorless. Return Worm from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Activate if you only have Delirium. So this is your obligatory big dumb can't be countered big dumb creature. I am over all of these cards. Like, we see these a dime a dozen, and every one of them are just not playable because you don't care. This is one of the reasons why Thrun doesn't see any play, is because you don't care about the can't be countered stuff. All the blue counter spells are fucking trash. All of them. They're all bad. This is why blue decks are just not seeing play. It's just a support color, if that. The control decks are just kind of like whatever, I guess, against blue-white specifically, but the majority of, you don't really see control decks that much. So, like, the majority of the time you're seeing creature decks and like these mid-range decks where the counter spells don't really matter too much. Because the can't be counter clause, this is probably like the weakest that counter spells have been in a long time. And removal spells are just at premium. And then, not to mention, the decks that you want Worm in, the majority of them have exile removal, like Leyline Binding and Sunfall. So, like, this card just gets hosed by everything in the format. And it's just like, you're never returning this with a finality counter, and the counter spell part doesn't fucking matter. And the haste part is kind of like, yeah, cool, but they better die that turn. Because if they didn't die, they were going to die anyways. So, like, I don't know. Like, these cards are cool, but just all of them are just bad. And I was high on Colossal Worm when that was spoiled like a set or two ago, and it just has done nothing since it was printed. And it's I think it's better than this. It just has not seen any play. Cathartic Parting, 1 green, 1 colorless sorcery. The owner of target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls shuffles it into the library. You may shuffle up to 4 target cards from your graveyard into your library. This card is insane at uncommon. Insane. So I get to, for 2 mana, albeit at sorcery speed, which I, like, yeah, if it was an instant, this card would be insane. But I get to effectively exile an enchantment creature, artifact, or artifact creature. And I get to shuffle my 4 best cards if I can. And with no issue, like with no restriction, sign me up. Like, I can see this being a 1 of 2 of removal spell for artifacts and enchantments. We already got a bunch of those. We got Caretaker's Talent. That is seen play everywhere. We got War Leader's Call. We got Leyline Bindings. We got Forges, Urbras's Forge. We got a lot of stuff. So I would not be surprised at seeing, and there's going to be enchantment creatures running around too. Yeah, I could see Cathartic Parting, like, seeing actual play, not just, you could see it in maybe as a 1 of, as a miser, and then having a couple in the sideboard. And then in older formats, okay, 2 mana to get rid of your your hate card, sure. Yeah, this card's insane. And it targets, but it doesn't, it gets rid of 1 ring very easily. Excuse me. It gets rid of a lot of indestructible stuff with no problem. And it doesn't put it on the top of the library, it just shovels it back in. Like, yeah, this card's good. Coordinating Clobbering, 1 green sorcery, tap 1 or 2 target untapped creatures you control. They deal damage equal to their power to target creature an opponent controls. We've seen cards like this before. Multiple 1-drops, multiple 2-drops of dealing damage to a creature. and this is as close as we're going to get to Blizzard Brawl that we're going to see in a long time. Being able to tap 2 creatures is kind of insane. So, like, if you ever... the only thing that sucks is you can get blown out pretty easily with this, where they just kill one of the creatures, but see, the thing is they have to kill 2. They have to kill both of them because they can't fizzle it then, because I'm pretty sure it still counts if they do. Pretty sure, because it checks upon resolution. I have to ask a judge, but if you can get blown out by this, that kind of sucks. But yeah, like green not having a true 1 mana room. Actually, technically they do, but this one allows you to have multiple 1-drop removal spells that do virtually the same thing as the 2-drops. So anything that allows you to cheapen that removal spell package where you don't have to play 2 mana removal spells, great. Albeit at sorcery speed, if I didn't say so already. Enduring Vitality, 2 green, 1 colorless. Elk Glimmer 3/3. Man, Oko is everywhere. Enchantment creature, Vigilance. Creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, and then the Enduring Vitality dies clause if it dies, and if it was a creature, return it, and it's an enchantment. This is probably one of the better Enduring cards just because it's so cheap, in that it's 3, and the majority of the ones that we talked about outside of the white one are all 4 drops, and the white one doesn't enable itself, so you don't draw a card off of it. This one technically enables itself because it says creatures you control, not other creatures you control. So that being said, does the adding mana matter? Is this better than the food token for domain? Is this better than any other acceleration spell? It might be. And 3/3 for Vigilance is pretty good. So I don't know. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. I would try it over the heap card, but then again, the heap card gets you basics, so domain is not that hard to hit. Whereas this is not, basic land type. So it remains to be seen. We haven't really seen too many like creature enabler accelerants too often, because this is so much removal in the format, you just can't get a footing. So this is probably not good. But the fact that it has the dice triggers might be, but again, there's so much exile removal, it might just not matter. So this one I'm kind of skeptical on, but not the worst one we've seen. All right, so we got another add mana of any color. Greenhouse, land you control, add 1 mana of any color. Rickety Gazebo, 1 green, 3 colorless. When you unlock this door, mill 4 cards, then return up to 2 permanent cards from among them to your hand. So normally when you see land, add 1 mana of any color type stuff, you get to, that's normally for, all lands of basic types, but this one doesn't have that. And out of all the uncommon ones that we talked about, because I put all the rooms on here that I could find, outside of like a couple that were just absolutely bad. This one's probably on the least powerful side, but if you ever need a mill 4, this will allow you to do it. And putting 2 permanents is not nothing, as opposed to just, you always see those green mill cards that are just like return a creature in a land, return a creature in an enchantment, or whatever. This one is just permanents. So could see play. I doubt it, but mostly for the lands having, mostly for the fixing, if anything. Haunt Woods Shrieker, 2 green, 3 colors. 2 green, 1 colorless. Beast Mutant Mythic 3/3. whenever Hostwood Shrieker's attacks, Manifest Dread has the reminder text, getting a 2/2 from the top of your library. 1 green, 1 colorless. Reveal target face down permanent. If it's a creature card, you may turn it face up. So when I first saw this card, I thought this card was absolutely insane, and it might still be insane. The problem is that it doesn't do anything when it enters the battlefield. It's not like when it enters and when it attacks. It's just when it attacks. So like, this is kind of like, would you rather have this or Glissa? And I would much rather have Glissa. But this is not nothing. And this is one of those cards that it's just like, the reason why I said it's probably insane is it because it fosters the, you better have removal, or if you don't, then I'm going to get a big dumb creature off the top of my library. Problem is we haven't seen a real big dumb green creature deck that has done well in Standard or any other format for that matter. So whether or not this is playable or not is going to hinge on how many good green creatures can you find, and are they all synergistic to where you're going to have time to flip them over with Hauntwoods. If not, then this card's just going to be another long line of green 3/3 for 3s that just did nothing, which is kind of sad. Because this one is like the epitome of green creature attack type strat, where you're just like, can I get a big dumb creature for 2 mana? And if not, then so be it. I like this card a lot for what it does and how synergistic it is with the creature strategy. And if like anybody tries to cut down your 2/2 Manifest Dread, you can pay 2 in response and turn over a creature, and then it's like not cut downable, like they target it and just fizzles. That's kind of cool. But other than that, like, yeah, it's just another green idiot that just gets better as it attacks. If you don't, it's sort of like the snowball effect. If you don't have removal, you're probably dead. Yeah, big dumb idiot. Yeah, precisely. Nah, should have been Trillion. Head Shredder, 2 green, 2 colorless vehicle, 5/5. Whenever Head Shredder attacks, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever 1 or more lands are put into your graveyard from your library, put them on the battlefield tapped. Crew 1. So initially when I read this, I thought that this card specifically was just when you milled from this card specifically. This is whenever you mill. So the problem with this card, if there is one, and somebody pointed it out to me on Twitter, is that it's still a 4 mana do nothing card, which is true. But yeah, and the other thing that's annoying is that the top 2 cards have to be lands, but if you ever mill any lands after that, you're always getting them. That's the problem, though, is that by the time you get to 4 and 5 mana, you better be ending the game, or else you don't want to be the small mid-range deck. Or rather, you don't want to be a mid-range deck that's smaller than your opponent. And this doesn't qualify necessarily, but the only good thing going for this is that it's easy to crew, so that you're always getting a 5 like in there. I'm interested to see how good this is when Land of War Elves gets into the format from Foundations at the end of the year. That's where I really want to see how good this will be. But other than that, like, I'm not saying that this is playable or not. Just we've seen vehicles like this before, and they've been playable, namely a Seeker's Chariot, but that puts so much power into play. This doesn't do that. So this might be just much worse than that. But still, a 5/5 for 4 is still good. Yeah, possibly. House Cartographer, 1 green, 1 colorless, Human Scout Survivor, 2/2. At the beginning of your second main phase, if House Cartographer is tapped, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land. Then put that land into your hand. The rest of them in your library in any order, or in a random order. So generally, I didn't put a majority of the Survivor cards in here, but I couldn't pass this one up just to show you that some of the Survivor cards are just good. And if you're playing Convoke, that's where you want them. You want these Survivor at the beginning of your second main phase cards if you have Convoke cards, because that's what triggers them. So you always want them tapped, even if they're, have summoning sickness, you can use them for Convoke strats. and then get the trigger outright. That's what I put the survivors in here for, is mostly for convoke strats. And the majority of the other ones are just like, yeah, if you tab them, you get to tap a creature or whatever. The ones that I've used so far have outside implications that are not just for attacking, where you're trying to tap these creatures during your first main to convoke stuff into play, and then, you know, getting the value after the fact. That's not to say these are like, you know, starters. It's just like some of them can be used in that capacity. Standard only, obviously. Insidious Fungus, 1 green, 1/2 fungus. 2, sacrifice Insidious Fungus, choose 1. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tap. Chat, this card's very, very good as a 1-drop. It doesn't die to random 1/1s. It can block, and then you accelerate on 2 mana. It's a 2 mana growth spiral. We all remember how growth spiral was, right? Like, I don't think people understand how good growth spiral was. Like, and this just incidentally allows you to destroy target enchantments or artifacts. Like, this one green creature allows you to destroy Caretaker's Talent, Leyline Binding, Urbrass Forge, whatever, and if they don't have them, you just sacrifice it, recoup it to draw a card, and then you get to play a land. And it's not like, and it's not at sorcery speed either. So you could do this at the end of your opponent's turn. Like, this card is a very, very pushed 1-drop for green. Not an aggro card, to say the least, but it's still good. Like, yeah, I'm a huge fan of growth spiral-y type cards for 2 mana. And even if you don't have it on 1, you don't really care too much about that, because it's only awkward on turn 2. So like, if you draw this on turn 2 and you have something else to do with 2 mana, then do so. And then you get to do this, you know, play this for 1, growth spiral for 2, and then, you know, do the same thing. So yeah, I like this a lot as a starter, as a main deck card, just for how flexible it is. Chad has discussed this card already, but we're gonna talk about it anyway. Kona Rescue Beastie. But now we will refer to Kona as the one and only Bestie. 1 green, 3 colorless, legendary creature, beast survivor, 4/3, survivor or survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Bestie Kona is tapped, you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you take nothing away from all the cards we have spoiled today, all right, especially in green, this is by far the best green card that we've talked about. Not close, all right? Because I can play this on 4 and then convoke it or tap it or whatever, all right, and put something into play. Now, you got to have 2 permanents, obviously. You got to have Kona and the other card, but yo, you got to kill this thing. And I've already talked about multiple cards that need to be destroyed. Pack your deck full of those, and guess what? Now something's gonna live. All right. And green has some creatures, all of them that we've talked about. The Stalker, and this card, and some others that we'll talk about later, where you better kill these or they're going to run away with the game in an accelerated fashion. So, like, either by convoke or by just attacking purely on that alone, yeah, like, any permanent chat. That's insane to me. I will allow chat to have their run of the imagination of what you pair this with, because it could be anything. It can even be a boat. Leyline of Mutation, 2 green, 2 colorless, obligatory Leyline of Mutation clause. You may pay Wooburg rather than paying the mana cost of spells that you cast. So a lot of players probably don't see it this way, but I do. Out of all the ley lines we've talked about, this might be the best one. And that's not me memeing or whatever. It's just, so like, you don't have to play Leyline of the Guild Pact anymore for, if you don't want to. And this one basically pairs where I don't have to pay 4 mana. I only have to pay 5 mana for my best card, as opposed to I have to pay 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever. This is like, you know, the best case scenario for that. What's going on, Beast? And we're doing that with a domain or whatever. I understand that you can play Leyline of the Guild Pact for domain specifically, but like, generally speaking, I would much rather have the upside of only having to pay 5 mana for my Atraxa than having the option of having my Leyline Binding cost 1 mana, like on turn 1. Because generally, you don't really Leyline Binding on turn 1 anyway. You're trying to Leyline Binding on like turn 2 or turn 3 or even turn 4. So, and you're generally not dead by then. So I think Leyline of Mutation is like one of those cards that could be huge in that, you know, it's still a Leyline and it still costs you a card, but out of all of them, this is the one I would try the most. Plays pretty well with Timeless Lotus. Does it? I have no idea. Could use Coma, other survivors or crew, vehicles. Yeah, no, I know that. Oh, you're talking about the card Timeless Lotus. Yeah. Which is in standard too. Correct. Noxious Revival. Another special guest. 1 green or Phyrexian, which is either pay 2 life or pay 1 green. Put target card from your graveyard on top of its owner's library. A lot of players have talked about this. I'll say it again. This card is almost virtually not playable in Timeless or Historic. So you could just, out of all the Phyrexian cards that you could have picked, this is probably the worst one. And this card is absolutely bad. Just stop. Is okay. And the only reason I say that, and I don't mean this in a memeing way, the reason I'm saying it is because we already have something that already does this for 1 green, and it searches for any card I want and puts it on top of my library, and that card fucking sucks. So this doesn't help it any, and you only see 7 cards, and that's on the top, and that's in your hand. So if Sylvan Tutor doesn't see any play, this definitely is not going to see play. All right? So, yeah. Stop it, Magic players. This card's terrible. Omnivorous Flytrap. 1 green, 2 colorless creature plant. 2/4 Delirium. Whenever Flytrap enters or attacks, if you have Delirium, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. Then if there are 6 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, double the number of +1/+1 counters on those creatures. What? All right. So the only reason that this even might see play is just because it's a fucking plant and it doesn't die to cut down because it's a 2/4. Like, 6 or more card types is just like trying to get to 4 or 5 mana in Timeless or Historic. That's like a fucking eternity. So like Delirium is already a problem for you in Standard just because you have to play so many enchantment or artifact creatures, which isn't really a big problem if there is one. But like, it doesn't do anything else. It's just a 3 mana giant spider. Like, it doesn't have reach. It doesn't do anything. You have to have literal Delirium for it to do anything. Like, what are we doing here? Like, again, if it wasn't a plant and didn't get like any synergies with roots, this card would just be like the worst rare I've ever seen. But like, that's it, man. This card is so bad. But it's not even good there because you have to have like Delirium first. So like, what, are you just gonna hold it in your hand and just hope you get it to get the value on the way in and when it attacks? Like, all right, I'm not sold on this card. Overlord of the Hauntwoods. How many card types are there? 8? Nah, there's more than that. So we got Planeswalker, Creature, Artifact, Enchantment, Land, Tribal, Battles. What am I missing? Arcane? No, I why am I counting this when I can just go seven core card types? I was right. Man, fuck you, AI. That's not what I meant. Oh my god. MTG Wiki, stop with all the Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Instead of tribals, it's kindred now. Yeah. So land, creature, artifact, enchantment, planeswalker, battle, instant, sorcery, kindred. So 9. Good deal. Yeah, Arcane doesn't count because it's an instant. That's a subtype. All right, anyway. Overlord of the Hauntwoods. 2 green, 3 colorless. Legendary. I keep thinking these are legendary. Enchantment creature, Avatar Horror. 6/5 impending 4. 2 green, 1 colorless. Whenever Overlord enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. Yeah, what's a planeswalker? Yeah, I know. So I don't know if this is good or not, but having an enchantment that gives you a land that just is, you know, mana confluence without the damage is, people are saying this will replace Harvest and Domain. Probably. Because it's every basic land type. They just have to weigh whether or not the 3 life from the out matters or not. And I think it does matter. As in, I don't think the life gain from the heat matters. I think this is just better. Because it's every land type, so that, yeah, it's not a basic, but it's always whatever land I want it to be, whereas opposed to heap, where I'm only getting one of the lands, if that makes sense. So like, if I don't have Domain and I cast Overlord, I will always have Domain, and I'll have whatever mana I need, whereas opposed to when I cast Harvest, I might just like have none of my colors that I need, and I'm getting one of the colors that I need, if that makes sense. Does that outweigh the life gain? I'm not sure. I would think it does. I don't care about the fact that it accelerates you more. I care more about how synergistic it is with the deck. Because you're not really, the acceleration part doesn't really matter if you're able to cast your spells on time. And that's what basically what Harvest was that, excuse me, is that Harvest allowed you to, did the same thing as Teperi Stomper did. But what Stomper did was basically Stomper allowed you to attack and block, whereas Harvest was just like all it did was accelerate you. So you had to have Harvest to get you to Atraxa and Sunfalls and stuff. Overlord and Stomper don't necessarily need that. So that's why I'm saying these are better in the vacuum, because Harvest, you could draw a bunch of them and, you know, not do anything with it and just gain a bunch of life and die with a bunch of them in play. Overlord, not really. Because, like, if you have 2 in your hand, you impending one of them, and then you cast the other one, and now you're already accelerating with 2 big, dumb creatures in play. That's why I think Overlord is just better than Heaping Harvest, or whatever the card is called. So yeah, this one might just be strictly better for Domain. And the cool thing about Overlord is it doesn't need to be in play for that token to matter. So that land token is a land token, not like an artifact, not an artifact land token, if that makes sense. It's a colorless land token, so they can't like interact with it. And then Overlord doesn't need to be in play. So like there's no like shenanigans of like I need to destroy this and then the land doesn't work, or the land's an artifact, or any of that. It's just like this card just strictly gives you the acceleration and a threat automatically. Yeah, this card's good. I don't know if it's the best one of the bunch, but yeah, this card's good. Patchwork Beastie. 1 green, artifact beast, 3/3, delirium. Can't attack or block unless you have delirium. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card. So there's a bunch of these I can't even say the word. So we're just going to be, there's a bunch of these restrictions on cards like this, but this allows you to get delirium easier. This is an artifact creature, and it allows you to mill cards in the beginning, and it's a threat eventually when you get delirium. And if you're already playing enchantment and artifact creatures and lands and instant sorceries, whatever, you're gonna get to delirium eventually. And a 3/3 that never dies to cut down, sort of like when you played the fairy that had stun counters on it. Same thing, where you can't cut it down, and eventually it becomes a problem. I can see that being a problem for green, and this also allows you to have it's still in play, so it's a permanent. So in older formats, if that matters, like for vehicles and whatnot, could possibly be something. But I look at all 1-drops, man. Like all the 1-drops that have like high upside, high stats, you always give them a look. And it may be nothing, but you always give them a look. Specifically for stuff like, you know, Caustic Bronco and the mount cards, the vehicle cards, where it just like kind of sits there and doesn't do anything. And you're like, yeah, well, it's a 3/3 and it can't attack, so it doesn't really matter. And then you get like this haste threat that needs a 3 power or 4 power or whatever. And it's just like, oh shit, now this is a problem and I have to deal with this. So maybe, but if nothing else, it's still a patchwork. Also, I didn't mention this, and I'm going to mention it a little bit more in the multicolor stuff, but remember that card that we kind of just, remember those cards, those artifacts that we kind of just like kind of forgot about, like Teething Wormlet and Patchwork Automaton? Yeah. When you get your artifacts cheaper and they have a little bit of aggressive side to them, don't ignore them, because Yeah, like, they might actually matter. Say its name, 1 green, 1 colorless, sorcery, mill 3 cards, then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Exile this card and 2 other cards named Say Its Name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Altanic, the 3 called, or thrice called, and put it onto the battlefield. Shuffle, whatever. All right, so more for the mill clause if you need it, because we already have a bunch of these. But if you just played 3 of these and Altanac, I wonder how many times you get Altanac into play. I didn't put Altanac in the review, but Altanac's like this, like 5, like a 7 or 8 mana, 7/7/8/8 or some shit. It like doesn't really do anything. It's just like this free, free aspect. But I more did it for the flavor. It's not Candyman. Candyman's 5 times. Beetlejuice is 3 times. So more for that on the flavor, and it's for the Halloween stuff. So yeah, 7 mana, 9/9 trample. I don't know if you'll ever get to that, but yeah. Tyvar the Pummeler, 2 green, 1 colorless, legendary elf warrior, 3/3. Tap another untapped creature you control. Tyvar gains indestructible until end of turn, then tap it. 2 green, 3 colorless. Creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So we haven't seen an elf deck in standard. I don't know if Tyvar allows for that, but the indestructible part, I think, is more relevant than hexproof or ward now, just because there's so many things now coming out that just like have, dodges it, uncounterable, that type of stuff. And, obviously indestructible doesn't really mean much when you're in a Sunfall format, but WotC puts in plugs, as in filler cards that don't do anything initially when they come out, or initially when they're spoiled, or initially when they're released. And sometimes they put cards later to bolster archetypes later than, not initially when sets come out. So we got Tyvar, we got some elves in older sets. We're gonna get Llanowar elves in Foundations, and there may be more elves coming. There may be an elf deck. Who knows? And if there is one, Tyvar is going to be in it. Is Tyvar going to be playable right this second? Probably not. But if Tyvar is playable, it's because you're playing elves. Does this have implications in older formats? I don't think so, because you already have Allosaurus, the Allosaurus elf, the 1-drop that basically does the same thing. And then you also have the 2-drop War Master that gives +5/+5 or +2/+2 and trample or whatever. So this seems to me like strictly a standard card, but we don't have enough elves, I don't think, to support this just yet. But I see cards like this, and the first thing I think of is this is a plug. Yeah. Valgavoth's Onslaught, 1 green, 2X. Manifest Dread X times, then put X+1/+1 counters on each of those creatures. Biohazard, what's going on? So for 5 mana, you get 2 4/4s. That seems good. This card seems good. For 3 mana, you get a 3/3. Yeah. I like this card. I don't know if it's good, but you get potentially, for 5 mana, you get 2 4/4s, and then or no, you get 2 3/3s, excuse me. Oh no, each of those creatures. No, I was right. You get 2 4/4s for 5 mana. No, this card's good. And then they potentially become bigger creatures if you put 2 creatures that are actually creatures from Manifest. This card seems good. Like, you put this in after an opponent Sunfalls. Like, you just put 2 4/4s into play. that could potentially be bigger creatures. Like, for example, if like you put, I don't know, just for the sake of argument, you put like a Glissa or you're just playing mono green and you put like 2 big dumb, whatever creatures, now they have 2+1/+1 counters on them. So like new mechanic. Manifest Dread is just Manifest Dread is not a new mechanic. Manifesting is not a new mechanic. They just call it Manifest Dread now. Because Manifest is the top card. Manifest Dread is you look at the top 2 cards of your library. Yeah, this card's good. Better than I think people think it is. All right. And last but not least, another room card. This is green's Mythic Room. Walk-in Closet, 1 green, 2 colorless. You may play lands from your graveyard, so Crucible Worlds. Forgotten Cellar, 2 green, 3 colorless. Whenever you unlock this door, you may cast spells from your graveyard this turn, and if a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile it instead. So 5 mana to get a Past in Flames effect is a lot of mana. Man, is that a lot of mana. And Crucible Worlds, I think that would be the most used, but like we already have Analyst and a bunch of ways to put lands into play from the graveyard, like way better than Closet. So man, just man, oh man. I don't think you would ever play Forgotten Cellar. Like, that's the real problem, is that no, once you open it, that's it. It's unlocked forever. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It seems bad. But I guess not really, because it's sort of like your additional Analyst. So like if you ever get to a point where you have like 30 billion lands in play, which sometimes it does, but it just like has nothing to do, you can have Forgotten Cellar and, do that thing. And there are cards that get like landfall stuff. So like Walk-in Closet helps like Iridescent, whatever the 1-drop landfall deal 1 damage stuff does. So this is not nothing. It's just, is that better than some of the other cards that you have in the deck? And well, that requires testing. So, all right, that's it for the green cards. Been so out of the loop of Magic, bro. This game has lost its mind. All right, so Multicolor has the most cards that we'll talk about. All right. And then we'll also throw in Colorless because there's like 9 cards, and the majority of them are lands. So we're probably, yeah. I should have markered all these, but whatever. All right. It's right. I do more talking about Magic than playing these days now anyway, so. All right. Colorless. Last but not least, Colorless. Or excuse me. Last but not least, Multicolor and Colorless. All right. Arabella Abandoned Doll. 1 red, 1 white. Legendary artifact creature toy 1/3. When Arabella Abandoned Doll attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. So a lot of people have been talking about this card, how good it is. And I'm not saying it's bad. What I am saying is that we already have an effect like this in Standard already. and that's the Squirrel deck, and that card sees no play. Now, what I will say though is that Arabella is in a two color combination that has a lot of attacking into it. So, and the deck is more about attacking than the Squirrel deck is from Green Black, if that makes sense. So this is better than the black card that does virtually the same thing. And this also counts itself, whereas the Squirrel doesn't. So especially from a Convoke standpoint, especially from aggro, I think Arabella is like very good. I don't know if you're playing 4 of these, but I would start with 3 just because it's legendary. And yeah, it just attacks well. Like, it does everything you want, and it's not too costly, and doesn't die to shock. It's a 1/3, and yeah, this card's good. And you're gonna see a lot of these where they're just like 2 mana or 3 mana, and they're just uncommons that are just pushed. That's what it feels like. And you can do that with uncommons and 2-color stuff because, well, you got so much removal in the format that it just doesn't matter. But yeah, Arabella, good. Baseball Bat, 1 green, 1 white equipment. When Baseball Bat enters, attach it to a creature. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. When equipped creature attacks, tap up to 1 target creature. So normally I wouldn't put equipments that wasn't Chainsaw, but for some reason I thought this card was legit just because it triggers Valiant and Prowess and everything else, and it automatically attaches itself. So even if like you kill the creature was dying anyway. And yeah, this is a 3 equip cost, but still getting the +1/+1 is not nothing, and it's still relevant. Now, whether or not this is still good or not, I don't know, but if you don't have a lot of removal, this is going to annoy you because you're not going to be able to block the creature that's attacking you because it always will be tapping a creature or whatnot. So it's not nothing. I don't know if it's a starter or not, but yeah, card seems fine. Boros Prowess does her triggers see when attackers are declared or before instants or sorceries make them big. No, it's just probably checks when it triggers. Let me reread. No, it checks upon trigger. Now, whether or not it sees upon resolution, I think it sees upon resolution. So that means that if you pump them up over 2, then it doesn't count, because it'll count X when the ability resolves. I think, because it has to see the power, not when it attacks. So upon resolution. Beastie Beatdown, 1 red, 1 green sorcery. Choose target creature you control and target creature your opponent controls. The creature you control deals combat damage equal to its power to the creature an opponent controls. If you have Delirium, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the creature you control. So this is a callback to, it's a red-green card. I don't remember what the card is called, but it was a red-green card. It cost the same and did virtually the same thing. This one deals damage to a creature. That card that I'm talking about dealt damage to any target. And only put 1 +1/+1 counter on it. And not Reckless Rage, but man, I can't even think of the card. I used to play it a lot because I thought it was the coolest card to use with Dreadhorde Arcanist. when I was playing a lot of red-green beatdown stuff. But yeah, this, if you're playing red-green aggro, you're probably playing this, and it doesn't seem that hard to get Delirium, because you're going to be losing creatures, you're going to be milling stuff, and surveilling, and all sorts of stuff. So, and drawing and discarding. Yeah, Domri's Ambush. See, this is why you have Storm Breath in your chat. Disturbing Mirth. 1 red, 1 green. 1 black, 1 red enchantment. When Mirth enters, you may sacrifice another enchantment or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. When you sacrifice Disturbing Mirth, manifest Dread. Chat, this card is insane. Like, it's a grindy card. It doesn't do anything when it enters. I mean, it does something when it enters, but you would much rather have it kill something as opposed to drawing 2 cards. But drawing 2 cards is not nothing. And then you're probably playing 4 of these. And then if you're playing a bunch of small dirtily creatures, then you're always drawing 2 cards. And then these like chain together. So like you can play one and then play another one, draw 2 cards and get a 2/2 into play. And then if it's a big creature, then like you get another. Like this card seems so good and so bad at the same time. It's just like, do I want to dirtle or do I want to kill stuff? And that's the thing about red black. It's just like, usually red black 2 drops are like sacrifice stuff and the opponent has to sacrifice a permanent of that type or whatever. But this card is enabling a lot of stuff. It enables bargain, it enables sacrifice strategies, and drawing 2 cards from permanents that you created, not so much that you played. So like this goes very well with Spiteful X-Mage with the cursed roll, or you play a card that gives you a token and then you're drawing 2 cards from that. So many things with this card that drawing 2 cards is not nothing. Like that's the only thing I can get out of this. Like your initial investment is nothing and you're drawing 2 cards off of it. Like it's a different take than playing like Fanatical what's that card, or Deadly Dispute or Fanatical Rebirth or whatever those cards are that have a bunch of sacrifice outlets to them. Drag to the Roots. 1 green, 1 black, 2 colorless. Destroy target non-land permanent. If you have Delirium, this card costs 2 less to cast. So Delirium is not nothing, but for 2 mana destroy any non-land permanent. More for older formats than standard, but standard 4 mana destroy any target or any non-land permanent in green black is like the going rate. And Delirium is not nothing. So it's not hard to get Delirium in older formats. And well, I loves you too. The wife subscribes to Prime. Hooray! Yay! Assassin's Trophy without giving him a land? Yeah. It's like the older version of Binding the Old Gods. Fear of Infinity. 1 black, 1 blue, 1 colorless enchantment creature nightmare. 2/2 flying lifelink. Fear of Infinity can't block. Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, or whenever you fully unlock a room, you may return Fear of Infinity from your graveyard to your hand. So, boy, oh boy. So, remember when I said that WotC had not put Overchase Daredevil onto Arena? Well, Fear of Infinity is basically that, but for enchantments. And by that, I mean, I can mill Fear of Infinity or discard Fear of Infinity or whatever, and then play, because it says not cast, it says when it enters. So I can play Insidious Roots, and it returns it to my hand. Right? So you just need a way to continuously put enchantments into play for this to matter. Because this, you're not casting this. You're just trying to get the value off of it from it coming out of the graveyard. And yeah, like that's all I got. You mill it, you discard it, and it just sits in your graveyard, and then you put enchantments into play. A way to recur enchantments. I have no idea if there's enchantment ways to make an enchantment token or any of that. I would have to search Scryfall for that. But this is as close to Oval Chase, Daredevil, and Standard that you're going to get. So, man, is this card good. Just strictly with Insidious Roots, man. You're not trying to cast it. You're just trying to mill it. You're trying to discard it and then play Roots and then come back to your hand. That's it. Like, I could see this being a deck in Historic where you're playing what's that card? You're playing this card, you're playing Stitcher Supplier, and you're playing Chthonian Nightmares, and then every time you have like Insidious Roots and Chthonian Nightmare, you just keep getting this card back, and then you use it for discard packages and all. Like, there's so many things I want to mess with this thing because it's so cool. Never to cast it though. Inquisitive Glimmer, Jesus. My bad. That should be good in limited draft. Recurring yeah. It's probably good in draft. Not like the best, but good. Inquisitive Glimmer, 1 white, 1 blue, 2/3 enchantment creature, Fox Glimmer. Enchantment creatures you cast cost 1 less to cast. Unlock cost you pay cost 1 less to pay. We've had these before. Green white had the lifelink 2/2, and this one, while not lifelinky, but also gives you an unlock cost also for your rooms. I think this card is way better in limited than in constructed, but if you're playing enchantments, a lot of them, you're probably playing this. I just don't know if there's an enchantment deck that you want to play in this format. And if you do, you're playing this. Just, I don't know if there is one. Because the majority of the enchantments here don't really synergize too well with other permanents outside of like tokens like Caretaker's Talent and others. But yeah, you would have to search for that in order for that to be. Because it's not like we have like Hallowed Hauntings or any of that when like you cast or an enchantment enters the battlefield, you get like a bunch of value. So unless you find that, there's nothing that like jumps out at me that just makes this good so far. If there is one, then by all means, let me know, because I don't. But it seems good. Like we've had these enchantment cost reducers all the time, but the only one that was really good was the green white one that was in standard, and that was the only one that I remember that was actually good. Kaito is back. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, 1 blue, 1 black, 2 colorless, 4 starting loyalty. Ninjutsu cost is 1 black, 1 blue, 1 colorless. During your turn, as long as Kaito has 1 or more loyalty counters on him, he is a 3/4 ninja creature and has hexproof. Add 1 loyalty, you get an emblem with ninjas you control, get +1/+1. 0, surveil 2, then draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn. -2, tap target creature, put 2 stun counters on it. So effectively, Kaito costs 3. All right. Are there times that you're going to cast him for 4? Sure. I think he's better in older formats than standard, but if he is good in standard, it's going to be with creatures that like have ETBs and continuously have like that. This is a mid-range card if I've ever seen one. The tap 2 creatures and put 2 stun counters on it is an eternity in standard. And it's a creature on its own. So like if you have creatures that give you value on the way in and on the way out, this card is insane. And you want to play ninjas obviously, but you don't have to play ninjas if that makes sense. Like Kaito just continuously scaling is just enough for me. But if you ever have another ninja in play, yeah, that's a good call out for the artifact that we're going to talk about later. Pairs well with changelings and stuff like that. This card's going to be insane in Historic, I think. He's like so good. But other than that, I don't think there's a lot of ninjas in Standard. And if there are, then obviously you're going to play him. But just the mere fact that he scales himself is more than enough. And then a couple other cards that chat mentioned, then yeah. But this card's always going to cost 3. And yeah, that's all you're trying to do. You're not trying to cast this for 4. You're trying to cast this for 3. So the draw card, surveil 2, draw for 0 is insane. Drawing a card off your planeswalker and then tap target creature, stun counter. Like, you can get that off of 4 starting loyalty. It doesn't reduce the loyalty cost if you ninjutsu it. And yeah, that's insane. Yeah, good card. I don't know if it's good enough in other formats, but if I were to play it in Pioneer or older formats, I would try to be as cheap as possible. As in like 1-drops galore. Like this is like my curve topper. Like cat oven type stuff where I'm just like playing like a bunch of fucking 1-drops. Yeah. Marina Vendrell, Wooburg, so 1 of each color. Legendary creature, human warlock, 3/5. When Marina enters, reveal the top 7 cards of your library. Put all enchantment cards from among them into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Lock or unlock a door of a target room you control. Activate only as a sorcery. This card is literally this card is a commander card. Stop it. It is a human and it is legendary. So it's not going to be that hard to, make 5 mana of each color because we've seen legend decks with multiple colors like all the time. Problem is that it doesn't synergize with those. It synergizes with enchantments mainly for, rooms and stuff. So I only see this for limited for the room deck. And if the rooms are good, then you're playing this. The problem is that Domain is the best deck for that. And rooms are not good. It's a commander card, man. And there's not a lot of rooms. So like it's not even good there either. So yeah. Moving on. Midnight Mayhem. 1 white, 1 red, 2 colorless. Sorcery, create 3 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Gremlins you control gain menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. So I initially read this as creatures you control, not gremlins. So this is a little bit worse, but this reminds me of from Heroic Reinforcements where it was you put 2 humans into play and creatures you control get +1/+1 in haste until end of turn. So it was sort of a callback to that. But tokens are good. So this is sort of like not as good as Heroic Reinforcements, but just good enough because it gives all of them menace and it gives them haste. So like if you're able to ever like copy them or, you know, make a bunch of tokens off of these, then so be it. If not, it's a little bit worse, but it's one of those cards that you're just like, I would like these in token strats. Caretaker's Talent, stuff like that. As sort of like your sweeper recovery. That's how it was always used. And I'm a token fanatic. Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. 1 black, 1 blue. Rat Ninja Wizard Legendary. 2/2 with Menace. When Nashi deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. If you put no cards into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nashi. This card is very weird and interesting. Seems more like a commander card than standard, but it does mill and it does put legendary cards and enchantments. I did say legendary creatures. I meant to say legendary and or enchantment cards. So legendary doesn't necessarily mean creatures. It could be lands, any permanent. Legendary permanents or legendary cards. So like legendary, even legendary sorceries also counts. So the card's interesting. It just, I would imagine if you did put stuff in it, it would get bigger. But the fact that if you put nothing on it, it gets bigger is even more weird. So like it incentivizes you to always hit, but not really. So this card's really, this is like really odd that, and black and blue are not necessarily known for a lot of legendaries or enchantment cards necessarily. So I have no idea what you're supposed to do with this, but this card's interesting. Yeah. That's it. I don't know what else to do with it. Cool card, though. Cool design. Nico, Light of Hope. 1 white, 1 blue, 2 colorless, 3/4 legendary human wizard. When Nico enters, create 2 shard tokens. Shards are enchantments that sacrifice, scry, then draw. Scry 1. Sort of functions. Shard tokens functions like clue tokens, but better. And they're enchantments. 2 tap. Exile target non-legendary creature you control. Shards you control become copies of it until the beginning of your next end step. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Man, that was a mouthful. People were talking about Nico as like one of the best cards spoiled in the set. And while I do agree that basically Nico is a draw to, you have to exile a creature you control, and you can't exile Nico. So you got to be playing blinky stuff. And it doesn't say target non-legendary permanent. It's target non-legendary creature. So you can't like blink any of the impending creatures or any of that. So now I'm wondering like what you're supposed to do with Nico. Because like the only thing with Nico that I wanted to do with Nico was play Nico with all the prototype creatures. That was the first thing I thought of. But that's really it. Because I don't know what else you're supposed to do with it. Because you get the shard tokens initially, so that's good. So it does something when it enters the battlefield, although not that much, because you have to wait to untap with it. So this seems like a more lower to the ground version than like trying to play like a grindy, type deck or whatever. And there's no like ways to copy tokens except with Caretaker's Talent. So this might go with Caretaker's Talent. I'm not sure. But with Caretaker's Talent, you're mostly playing with tokens, not really creatures. So this one's a little bit weird to me in that it incentivizes you to play with a bunch of tokens, but it also incentivizes you to play with a bunch of creatures that get bigger or do stuff. And you turn your shards into giant creatures and attack that way. So I like Nico a lot. I just don't know what to do with it outside of what I've already said. So whatever. Or anything with like attacks or attacks triggers, that type of thing. Peer past the veil. 1 green, 1 red, 2 colorless, instant. Discard your hand, then draw X cards where X is the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. So on the face, discarding your hand is a big deal. On the other, if you're playing a lot of card types, even if you have 3 in your hand, if you have 3 in the graveyard, like you could theoretically draw a lot of cards with this, and it's an instant. So this card to me is very, very sneaky good. Because green-red typically wants to have their hand empty, especially if they're playing like a lower to the ground, which has always been the case with most decks or whatever. And if you flood, well, if you have like a bunch of creature types in your graveyard, so like enchantment creature, artifact, you know, maybe an enchantment or instant or sorcery or whatever. So you got like 3 or 4 card types and you have like 2, 3, 4 lands in your hand. Well, you could play past the veil, discard your hand, and then draw 5 new cards at the end of somebody's turn. This card seems good, like really good. Now the problem is that what deck wants this, and the only deck is, you know, maybe the Gruul attack, you know, low to the ground Gruul beatdown deck, but maybe a Gruul mid-range deck wants this, but that's really all I see with this. But discarding your hand and drawing cards based off of how many card types are in your graveyard is not nothing. And being able to do that at instant speed is also not nothing. Like, instant speed is huge. Huge. Look for this for standard. It may even see play in older formats too. Who knows? It has that pedigree of 4 mana instant draw cards, and discarding your hand. Like, this seems like one of those cards that is just like you're playing like a lot of 2, 3, a lot of 1s and 2s, and this is like you're at the top of your curve and you're just like putting a bunch of stuff in the graveyard, and then you cast this, discard your hand, and draw like 5, 6 cards. Not out of the question, not out of the realm of possibility. All right, we got our multicolor room here. Restrict office. 2 white, 2 colorless. Unlock this door. Destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. Seems insane. Lecture hall. 2 blue, 5 colorless. Other permanents you control have hexproof. These room cards, like, again, we already have an infinite amount of sweepers in the format. Power 3 or greater is sort of like a convoke thing where none of the convoke creatures are power 3 or greater, and they play it, you know, and they destroy all your opponent's creatures, and all of the 1 or 2 power creatures are still in play type of thing. And then Lecture Hall, like 7 mana just to give my stuff hexproof is just kind of like nonsense. Like, nobody cares about that. So I, just for the sweeper alone, like 1 more mana and I get Sunfall. 1 less mana, I get a better card for Convoke. I don't see it with this card. Power 3 or greater is easily, like, it's not that bad. Like, you can kill a lot of creatures in the format, but you're not killing, like, Preacher with this. So, seems like a little bit too much of a liability. Seems like a sideboard card more than anything, and I don't even know what you side this in against. And if you're playing the room deck, like, again, it's okay, I guess. Then you play the Reducer, and then you play Restricted Office on 3. Doesn't kill your Reducer, so that's neat, I guess. But I'm just not seeing it with these room cards as a deck. Rip Spawn Hunter. 1 white, 1 green, 2 colorless. Human Survivor, 4/4. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Rip is tapped, reveal the top X cards of your library where X is its power. Put any number of creature and or vehicle cards with different powers among them into your hand, put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. So this is one of the best Survivor cards, and the majority of the Survivor cards are green and white. Not all of them, but the majority of them are. And this one just keeps drawing you cards. And if your deck is majority, creatures, which most of the Convoke decks are, this functions as a Convoke creature that costs less than 5. So, and you can get it off Convoke creatures. So I can see a green-white Convoke deck that plays just a bunch of creatures that does this, and you get to, just have vehicles and tap stuff and all sorts of things. The only thing about this is if 4 mana is too much for this effect. And yeah, you would much rather have this on 4 with a vehicle or something in play, because if you put this in play with nothing, it does nothing. And my 4 drops, I cannot have a 4 drop do nothing when it enters the battlefield. I got to have it to do something. So if you're playing this, you're playing this with vehicles or mounts, and mounts are creatures, so that counts. And yeah, you want to have that ability to have this do something when it enters. And if not, then you're not using it to its full potential. Rite of the Moth. 2 black, 1 white, 1 colorless sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Flashback 2 white, 1 black, 3 colorless. Notably, this is an uncommon. Normally, we do not get uncommon. Oh no, I'm running out of... My headphones died. So normally we do not get a 4 mana Reanimator spell for nothing. Like, there's always a contingency. So Rite of the Moth is something we haven't had in a while, even though we had it in Dominaria with Sheoldred's Invocation. Sheoldred something, where it was 4 mana, you exile the Sheoldred spell, and you put a creature from the graveyard into play. This one is a little bit worse just because you get a finality counter, but it has flashback, so that's neat. Other than that, that's really it. Like, I don't know if Reanimator is worth it or not, because generally you're not playing white-black, you're playing blue-black for the Reanimator stuff, so I don't know. It seems fine, and maybe we're just not seeing it, and we need to have like a Solar Flare return. For those who don't know, Solar Flare was an Esper Reanimator deck that was just like this mid-range control deck, and then used sweepers and Reanimator stuff to put big stuff into play, and the big stuff had ETBs and took over the game that way with like Angels of Despair and other stuff like that. So with Rite of the Moth, you could see that returning, but finality counters are not good unless you're able to get rid of them, which white-black I don't think has. Orzhov I don't think has that ability. So maybe you're playing 3 colors, maybe you're not. I don't know. But yeah, this card's fine. It's playable. Probably better than a lot of other Reanimator spells. Got more rooms. Roaring Furnace, 1 red, 1 colorless. Whenever you unlock this door, this room deals damage equal to the number of cards in your hand to target creature and opponent controls, so decent. Steaming Sauna, 2 blue, 3 colorless. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Out of all of the rooms, this one's one of the better ones. Just because if you're playing 4 of these, Roaring Furnace is pretty easy to, deal 3, 4, 5 damage. But generally, the going rate for Roaring Furnace is roughly 3. So if you ever get 4, it's sort of like, because we still have a Roaring Furnace type card in the format in Fires of, it does the same thing, but it has kicker. For 3 blue, you draw a card, deals damage equal. It's an instant, deal damage equal to the number of cards in your hand. Fires of something. And we have that in a room card. So I don't know if this is good enough or not, but if I was going to play any of the room cards, I would play this one. This is the one I would start. Because Steaming Sun has not that much of mana to get an extra card. And if I'm always drawing 2 cards a turn, then that's good enough. And I'm probably playing more than 2 colors. So Fires of Invention, yeah. No, Fires of Invention is the red. Fires of Victory, I think, is the card. Now you're gonna make me look this up. Yeah, Fires of Victory. Yeah, it's from Dominaria. Now, Fires of Invention is the red enchantment 4-drop that must feel good to remove the headset. I prefer earbuds, but you know, whatever. I need a new headset. That headset's been around since Riley. So man, I've had these Razer headset for almost 10 years now. 8 years? Something like that. Anyway, yeah. Card's good. Not the best, not the worst. It's just fine. So, all right. The Jolly Balloon Man. 1 white, 1 red, 1 colorless. 1/4 legendary creature human clown. What are these creature types? Haste. Well, Dominaria was after War of the Spark, like a lot, like way after. Dominaria United or whatever the set was called. The Jolly Balloon Man. Legendary creature, human clown, 1/4 haste. 1 tap, create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control, except it is a 1/1 red balloon creature in addition to its other colors and types. It has flying and haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. So if you really wanted to see how you can nerf Kiki Jiki or Fable the Mirror Breaker, this is how you do it. You make sure that you're only allowed to activate it as a sorcery, and it's only a 1/1 and everything else. So 1/4 is fine, and it's a 3-drop. I'm not complaining about it. Now I'm going to complain about it. So, what deck wants this? Because, yeah, you're copying stuff, but this card's a 4-drop, not a 5 or not a 3-drop, and you want this to happen the moment it hits play. So it's a 4-drop, and dying to cut down is not something I like, especially when I'm having to play this on 4. Because if I play this on 3, generally this card's gonna die, and that's Dominaria United. I'm sorry, I did say that, but yeah, I said Dominaria and I meant Dominaria United. But initially I did say just Dominaria. And I get a creature that's a 1/1, and it's not in the colors that I want it to be in. In other words, I want this to be red black as opposed to red white. So what creatures am I going to copy with this? And ones that I want ETBs that it doesn't matter what the power and toughness are. And honestly, I have no idea. Because generally you want the big dumb creatures like Carnosaur and Tyrant and like all these big dumb creatures that you don't really care if they're 1/1s. Atraxa is another one. So like it's okay. Like I don't know. And you're not copying enchantments, so like you can't copy the you can't copy the overlords because they're generally just enchantments. So this card seems powerful. I just don't know what you want to do with it. And again, You want cards that have ETB effects that are just like that give you value, or give you value on the way in, or give you value on the way out, or give you value on the way out, and you're getting a value when it attacks, so to speak. So I know there's a lot of creatures that do that. It's just you gotta find what you're gonna do with it. But again, dying to cut down is not something I like. The Swarm Weaver, 1 green, 1 black, 2 colorless, 2/3 legendary creature, artifact creature Scarecrow. Another Scarecrow in the format in Magic. When Swarm Weaver enters, create 2 1/1 black insect, black green insect creature tokens with flying. If you have Delirium, insects and spiders you control have +1/+1 and have Death Touch. So yeah, that's true. But again, I didn't want to play three colors for that. This card seems incredibly bad. It's a 4-drop that's a 2/3 and is an artifact. So you're already at a very, very, very risky venture. And then you're putting two tokens into play, albeit with flying, and you need this in play for it to be better. Yeah, for the lulz. Speaking of which, I think this card's more of a brawl card or EDH card than a standard constructed playable card. And as you know, brawl and EDH are constructed cards or constructed formats, so we count those. Moving on. Undead Sprinter, 1 black, 1 red, zombie, 2/2, trample, haste. You may cast Undead Sprinter from your graveyard if a non-zombie creature died this turn. If you do, Undead Sprinter enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. I initially posted this card on Twitter, and I said this is one of the top 5 cards in the set, and I'm not joking. Like, this card does everything. It's a recursive threat. It's a zombie. It's recursive with Forsaken Miner. You can cast it from the graveyard if you kill an opponent's creature. So like it has pseudo crime where you commit a crime and you could do stuff. So you sacrifice it to, anything, and you target a creature that is destroyed. So like you bone shards it, like you discard it to bone shards. I'm using bone shards. I'm not saying it's playable in, historic or anything. I'm just using it as an example where you discard it or you sacrifice it, and it's for 1 mana, and you have 3 mana, and you kill a creature, and then you can put this into play and attack for 3. So like it's always doing something, right? The only issue with this card, obviously, is that you have to have it in the graveyard for this. But even so, just having a creature that synergizes very, very well with your overall game plan already, and it has haste. The trample part I don't understand because it doesn't get bigger, like it doesn't scale. So like, if you put it into play from the graveyard, it only gets 1 counter. It's not like ever going to be like a 4/4 or 5/5. Because if it dies, like, it obviously doesn't keep the counter. It's not like perpetual like the alchemy or historic crap are. So like the biggest it'll be is 3, unless you like some way find a way to put more counters on it. But again, black red doesn't really do that too often. So this is always going to be like a 2/2 or a 3/3, which is sort of like the only knock on this card. That, yeah, it's a recursive threat, but again, you don't really care too much of it because 3 damage is still a lot for 2 mana. Especially in the late game when players are under 10 life. So I'm still classifying this as a, above average rate, above average card for what it does. But I'm a little softer on it than I used to be, just for seeing the rest of the set. Not to say it's bad, just I don't know if it's top 5, top 10 anymore. Victor Valgavoth's Senes. I don't know what that word is. Seneschal? Sure. 1 black, 1 white, 1 colorless human warlock, legendary 3/3. Whenever an enchantment you control or whenever you fully unlock a room, surveil 2 if this is the first time this ability is resolved. If it's the second time, each opponent discards a card. If it's the third time, put a creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield into your control. This card seems very, very powerful for what it can do, but how many times are you going to put 3 enchantments into play? Like, this pairs well, very well with Nico, but that's about it. Like, I got nothing. You're not putting a lot of enchantments in play in Standard, and are you ever putting 3 of them into play? And if you're unlocking rooms, you're not unlocking rooms for, 1 or 2 mana. You're unlocking rooms for like 5, 6, and 7 mana because the cheaper ones you're playing. So, yeah, I got nothing. Like, this card seems increasing, like, it's powerful for what it does, but like you're not putting a lot of enchantments in play. And if you are putting enchantments in play, like if you're playing like Spikefill Hex Mages and like stuff that creates like a lot of rolls and stuff like that, you're not really putting a lot of big creatures in the graveyard. So like, yeah, I'm putting a creature back into the battlefield, but like at what cost? Like, it seems powerful until you start playing with it, and then it like you lose some of its luster. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like you gotta really build around this. And it's got to be like one of the last cards you put into play because you're starting to want to like put stuff into play. But again, there's not a lot of ways to put enchantments into play. That's why I said Nico is probably the best case scenario because you're putting at least 2 enchantments in play. So you're at least getting, a Surveil 2 and a discard effect from the opponent. But that's about it. And that's the only way that I can see because... yeah, you're not putting too many other enchantments into play because a lot of them are not in those colors. Wildfire Wicker Folk. Wildfire Wicker Folk. Sure. 1 red, 1 green, artifact Scarecrow. 3/2 with haste. What? 3/2 with haste. Wildfire gets +1/+1 and trample for as long as you have Delirium. Okay, so this card's incredibly pushed. It's a 3/2 with haste, so that's already on rate for 2 mana. And this is very, very aggressive, as in you can have a good start. The first card that I pair with this is Teething Wormlet, where turn 1, Wormlet, turn 2, Wildfire attack for 5. And if you ever have a lot of these, that's a lot of damage. And if you ever have Delirium, usually that's going to come after the first one has died, where now you have a Delirium, now it's a 4/4 or a 4/3, excuse me. And now you're really off to the races. And Gruul has that ability, and there's a lot of cheap creatures in the format. Not really synergistic with Scarecrows per se, but Teething Wormlet and having artifacts sort of matters. So that's the first thought I had about this. But this card's just natural. It's just good. As in, it's a 3/2 with haste. So if you're playing an aggressive deck, you're probably playing 4 of these. And that's really it. Like, there's not really too much else that can go with this or in other decks that you're playing like a highly aggressive strat or not. And yeah, that's all I saw with this. I don't think this is playable outside of Standard, but if it's possible, it's because it's an artifact and that's about it. But if anybody finds anything else, let me know. But Standard, Teething Wormlet, and that's about it. Or any aggressive strat, obviously. Before the stream end and I miss an opportunity, I want to ask you if you will do an event for early access. If you're speaking about early access specifically, I applied. I haven't gotten told if I'm a part of it or not. I actually applied for 2 different things from WotC on Saturday. So I'm just waiting to see Monday, Tuesday if I'm in it or not. But yeah, I applied for early access. I don't think I'll get it. But that's fine. Winter Misanthropic Guide. 1 black, 1 green, 1 red, 1 colorless, so Jund +1. Legendary creature, human warlock, 3/4 with ward. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws 2 cards. If you have Delirium, each opponent's maximum hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of card types you have. Or minus the number of those card types. So this card's weird. Weird that both of us draw 2 cards. But the cool thing is it happens on my upkeep. It doesn't happen on their upkeep. So it's not like Howling Mine where at the beginning of each upkeep, somebody draws 2 cards. So I get the cards. So we get the cards initially, but I get to draw my cards first, if that makes sense. So you get the cards after the fact, where I get my cards immediately. Ward 2, dime a dozen. In this format, I don't think it matters, especially at 4. Like, go for the Throtus for 4 mana. Yeah, whatever. The Delirium part, I guess. But, see, that's just it, though, is I don't want my opponents drawing cards ever. And if I do play this, I'm probably playing this after I played Childred or I played something that punished my opponent for drawing cards. So, I guess. The Delirium part is sort of like flavor text to me. And at what point do I want my opponent to draw 2 cards? That's the only thing I want to know. And at that point, it's probably because I have Childred in play and it didn't die. That's the only reason I'm trying to play this card. I don't want anybody to draw cards ever. And if it ever happens, like, I can't stop them from doing that. So I have to have Delirium when I'm playing this, because that means that their hand size went from, 7 to 3. But if they kill this, then they don't have to discard during their turn. It's only when it's happened. Oh, well, thank you. I'm also happy I applied too, because I also didn't think I was going to. Yeah, this card, probably not constructed playable, but everybody will play this in EDH just because it's a Jund card. So, and like I said, if I did play this, I would play this with Childred only. Zamone All Questioning, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 colorless, 1/1 human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, if a land entered the battlefield under your control this turn, you control a prime number of lands, and you gave the blood of your firstborn child, and you multiplied by the quadratic formula, and the x equals blah blah blah, e equals mc squared. Create a primo, the indivisible, legendary 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token that then put that many +1/+1 counters on it. And just for a reminder, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, and 31 are prime numbers. For those who don't know, prime numbers are only divisible by 1 in itself. And generally they are odd numbers, but not always. And as Chad points out, math is for blockers, but unfortunately for me, this math is for everybody. So this card is a mouthful in and of its own, and a 3-drop that, now it does something, chat. It does something when it enters the battlefield, so it's not nothing. All right. The only problem I have with this card is it dies to a literal sneeze. It's a 1/1. But if you control a prime number of lands, that means 3. So I get a 3/3 off of this. So I'm not saying this card's bad. I'm just saying that if you ever get a token off of this, that's huge. And the fact that I get it off of the fact that I get it on the turn that I play it is a big deal, because the majority of your 3-drops that are like this don't do that. So if this was like a bigger creature, you're generally not going to get it on the first turn. You're going to get it after. So that's why I'm saying this card might look like it's unplayable just because it's a 1, but the fact that you get it on the turn you play it is not nothing. All right. Now, you don't get it when you have 4 lands in play, but you're playing blue-green anyway. So you're probably playing some sort of acceleration. And then if you ever get it to a 5 or a 7, now you're really doing it. But again, I'm calling this a trap, but at least it gets you to start looking at it in a way that states that, hey, I do something the moment I enter play. So it's sort of like a blade splicer for lands, essentially, but your lands are bigger. And it creates a token. So unfortunately, it's a legendary. So that kind of sucks. It's unfortunate. And that's it. That is all the multicolor cards that I think are playable, which are a lot, actually. All right, going straight into colorless. I'm not going to do any drum rolls or any of that shit. All right. So firstly, if there's one thing about this set that you need to know, this is colorless. All right. So first up, Blazemere Verge. There are the 5 allied colors that got rare lands. All right. And that is, hold on. Give me 1 second. Should have done this earlier, but whatever. Okay. So the rare lands that we got are the allied colors. So Rakdos got theirs. Azorius got theirs. Oh my god. Dimir got theirs. Selesnya, green-white, and Gruul got theirs. And I like these lands a lot just because they're effectively like, they're untapped lands, which I like, which is a huge deal. And it's for swamp or mountain or one of each of the types. So, you know, you got plain or islands, plains or island, swamp or mountain, and you get the other side. So these to me are like the better than check lands, effectively. So like the check lands, the ones that it enters play untapped if you control a swamp or a mountain, right? These are better than that because they always enter untapped. And if you ever have a mountain or swamp, then they're always a duel. So like you can have them initially or you can have them later. And as long as you control one of the other, it's always a dual land. So I like these a lot better than a lot of the other lands that we've seen. Now, again, the cool part about this is that even if you play, so like you have fast lands, so like Razorverge Thicket or Blackleaf Cliffs or whatever, it's technically the same thing as though you have an enhanced or enhanced swamp in your hand if you have, you know, Blackleaf Cliffs and Verge in your hand. So effectively you always have a duel. But if you just had a swamp and Verge, well, now you have like, you know, literal Badlands in your hand. So these lands are a lot better than people give them credit for how good these are. Because even if you don't have a duel and you just have a basic, well, you have a duel in your hand. And if for some reason you have 2 Verges and that's it, it's sort of like, well, that sucks. But, you know, if I draw any basic or, you know, Fable Passage or whatever, well, now I have a duel land. And if I ever draw you know, my fast land or my my surveil lands. Well, now I have a duel that taps, or that comes into play untapped. So these lands are awesome, like better than people think they are. As opposed to like when we got check lands and are like, yeah, well, these can sometimes enter play tapped, and it's like these will never enter play tapped, and not only do they will never enter the play tapped, they will also generally always produce. There are going to be times where you draw 2 of these and you're just going to be like, you know, like mad that you didn't draw basic or another duel or whatever, but so be it. But these lands are great, man. Like, so much better than a lot of the rare duels that we got. This is like as close as you can get to Badlands without saying Badlands. Or the actual duels. Like, they're just never turn 1 Badlands. Oh yeah, I'd craft all of them. All the allied colors. And then we got some uncommon lands. Uncommon duels. Every color combination got these, so there's 10 of them. I just took one of them. I took the green or red black one. And these enter to play tapped unless you have 13 or less life. And it says unless a player has 13 or less life, so it doesn't mean just you. It means your opponent or anybody around. So these lands could theoretically come into play untapped, but most of the time they're not. But they're another land to consider, considering that you can have another duel that if you're playing a bunch of shocks or bolt lands or whatever, well, now you have a duel that enters the play, you know, with untapped as early as turn 2, turn 3. So just something to think about. All color combinations, all 10 of them. And then there's the Gruul. The Gruul one. The other land that we got was Valgavoth's Lair. And I don't know about this land. So it's an enchantment land. It has hexproof. But that's it, man. I choose a color when it enters the play tapped. I choose a color and it taps for that color. I don't know how good this is because it's just like one of those weird lands that incentivizes you to put it in the graveyard for delirium purposes, and it has hexproof, and I'm just like, why would I want this to have hexproof? And the only thing I can think of is they didn't want was 2 mana, like, exercise your Valgavoth's Lair because it's an enchantment, so you can't target it. That's the reason they have hexproof on there, which is annoying because I would much rather have a pushed version of this where it came into play untapped. I don't know why it enters the play tapped. It's absolute bullshit that it does because it's not a duel. It's 1 mana of a color of your choosing. But if it was something where if you control 3 enchantments, it produces, you know, a color, 1 mana of any color or whatever. Like, this seems really, really toned down is all I'm saying. And I honestly don't think this will see play. Honestly, I put it in here just because it's a rare and it's interesting and people will play it. But honestly, I don't see this card seeing play just because it comes into play tapped and, like, yeah, it's an enchantment land, but you want it in the graveyard. You don't want it in play. So yeah, I don't foresee this seeing play. And if it is, it's just because you don't want to play Thran Portal or any of these other any color lands or whatever. But other than that, yo, this card sucks. Like, that's it. All right, that's all that's all the lands. All right, artifacts now. Ghost Vacuum. 1 colorless artifact. Tap, exile target card from a graveyard. 6 tap, sacrifice Ghost Vacuum. Put each creature card exiled with Ghost Vacuum on the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. Each of them is a 1/1 spirit. In addition to its other types, activate only as a sorcery. Chat, this card's one of the best graveyard cards in the format right now. Bar none, better than most other graveyard hate cards. The other thing about this card, that what it does is it enables crime. So you get crime for free and on the cheap. So you need any type of crime. You need to commit a crime at any time. Ghost Vacuum is your bruh. And there's a lot of incidental graveyard stuff happening. So here it is. I think this card's just insane. Like, for standard. There's a lot better graveyard cards in older formats, but specifically for standard, losing Unlicensed Hearse was a big deal. But here you got Ghost Vacuum. All right. And Ghost Vacuum is a call to Ghostbusters. Enchant land that goes with any artifact creature deck plus a color, and that gets you 4 Delirium. That's true, but again, as I said, the hard part is getting it in the graveyard. Which, unless you sacrifice it to, something that says sacrifice an enchantment, which I can see, but again, like, I don't want to start with a less than stellar basic. Like, that's what it is. That's all I'm gonna get at. Like, it's just not. I don't want it. It's one of those cards where I don't want it in play and I don't want it on the battlefield. I don't want it in play and I don't want it in my hand. I want it in my graveyard, but I gotta play a bunch of cards to get it into the graveyard. It's just you gotta jump through a bunch of fucking hoops to get it through the graveyard. It's annoying. Like, I can understand if, like, it was a sack land or a tap sack land where it entered the play tapped initially as an enchantment land, and then I sacrificed it and got a basic and it put into play tap. Then I understand. But, like, I gotta jump through a bunch of hoops to get it into the graveyard. Now, in older formats, I understand, but again, like, you don't ever want this to come into play. Like, it's just annoying. It comes into play tapped, and it doesn't tap for anything but one color. It's like worse than a basic. I don't know. Like, I know people are gonna play it, but
thank you for touring Arcadia.
Hey, appreciate the follow, Sergeant Salt. As opposed to the real Salt. Haunted Screen. 3 colors, artifact, tap, add white or a black. Tap, pay 1 life, add 1 green, 1 blue, or 1 red. 7, put 7 +1/+1 counters on Haunted Screen. It becomes a 0/0 spirit creature. In addition to its other types, activate only once. Ayo, Haunted Screen. This is the coolest flavor win of all time. All right? It's a black and white TV, but if you want color, motherfucker, you got to pay some life. All right? You want to watch some color television, you got to pay life. And then Poltergeist coming out of it as a black and white television, and you got to pay 7. Now, interestingly, it doesn't 7 tap. It's just 7 outright. That's it. All right? And you get a 7/7. This card's not nothing, man. It's a flavor win altogether. This card is so flavorful, but the fact that it just, this card's so cool. One of my favorite cards of the set for design. Like, coolest card ever. Yeah. Cool shit. That's it. That's all I want to say. It's barely standard playable at that. But if you want a chromatic lantern type, type stuff, hey, this is it. And it just turns into a creature if you need it to. Marvin the Murderous Mimic. 2 colorless legendary artifact creature toy. 2/2. Incoming. Marvin the Murderous Mimic has all activated abilities of creatures you control that don't have the same name as this creature. Well. So activated abilities of all creatures I control, which is not a lot, but if you're playing a lot of them, this can get kind of dumb. So I don't know what activated abilities that I want or that I just automatically know in standard. But the first thing I'm thinking of is just Insidious Roots type stuff, or you're getting into the realm of like the Cauldron. But other than that, like there's not really too much else because it doesn't become any of the creatures, right? So you're not really getting too much out of that, if that makes sense. And there's not an artifact that like is all the creatures, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's really it. It's good though. Like if you're able to, get any type of other, like this is good with anyone. Like I can understand seeing this with like with Llanowar Elves, where you're just like Llanowar Elves on 1, Marvin on 2. First time chatter. Type in the chat. Heard about MTG Set Review. I'm not a huge fan of that doesn't even look like a real website link, so I'm not doing that. But no. I have not. Yeah, so Murderous Mimic, cool shit. That's about it. No. I just didn't know. I'm not huge on it. I don't click on links that don't look like links. Unless that's a mistype where the period is and it just made it into a link. Oh. Hold on. Saw 2 colorless artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. When equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a permanent other than Saw, or other than that creature or Saw. If you do, draw a card. Equip 2. This is the cheapy version of what you. No, you're good, bro. What you wish. What the power down version of Skull Clamp is. I don't think. So if you wanted some of the effect, possibly, but after reading it, I thought I saw something else with it. I thought it attached itself, but apparently it doesn't. And 2 mana is a lot. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't want to do it on my computer just in case, but I did it on my phone. That's kind of cool. Well, now I know. That's a cool site, though. Alrighty. But that's it. That's all the cards that I think are constructed playable, or possibly constructed playable in the set. Not nearly as many cards as usual, especially in the single colors, there's just not a lot. There's just a lot of support cards. So is there any card that I didn't see or say that chat knows about that I didn't talk about that should be looked at?